Hello and welcome to Dream State Discoveries. As the world above quietens and the day's light fades, we invite you to settle in, to find a comfortable position, and to let the weight of your body be fully supported. There is nothing you need to do, nothing to solve or to remember. Simply allow your breathing to find its own slow and steady rhythm. Let your thoughts settle, like fine silt drifting down through calm water. Tonight, we are going on a gentle journey, a journey not downward, but upward and outward, into the profound and peaceful expanse above. We are going to drift among the stars, not as astronauts, but as dreamers, letting our minds wander through the most relaxing, serene facts about those distant points of light. Facts not of fiery drama, but of deep, cosmic patience, of gentle processes unfolding over timescales so vast they make our worries feel light and fleeting. So, as you listen to the sound of my voice, allow your eyes to close. Picture not a void, but a soft, velvety darkness. A darkness that is not empty, but cradles within it countless gentle lights. And we begin our journey into the most relaxing facts about stars to fall asleep to. Let us start with the most fundamental fact of all, their distance. The space between us and the nearest star, our Sun, is about 93 million miles, a number so large it loses meaning. But try to feel it instead. A beam of light traveling at the fastest speed possible in our universe takes over 8 minutes to cover that distance. The sunlight that warms your skin on a quiet afternoon left the sun's surface over 8 minutes ago. It has been traveling silently, steadfastly, across that immense gulf of nothingness just to reach you. And for the other stars, the ones we see as tiny pinpricks in the night sky, that journey is measured in years, decades, centuries, millennia. The starlight that touches your eye tonight may have begun its journey when ancient civilizations were first building their monuments, when forests we now walk through were just seeds in the soil. That light has been traveling, alone and patient, through the silent cathedral of space for all that time. It is a message from the deep past, arriving softly in our present. So when you look up, you are not seeing the stars as they are, but as they were. A gentle reminder that in the cosmos, even light takes its time. Nothing is rushed. Everything exists in a state of profound, beautiful delay. A delayed whisper of energy crossing the eons to say, I am here. I was here. And in this moment, my ancient light finds you, resting. Let that feeling of timeless connection soothe you. The vast distance is not a cold emptiness. It is a reservoir of peace, a buffer of serene quiet where nothing happens quickly, where a journey of light is a meditative, patient pilgrimage. And within that vast, quiet space, stars are born, but not with a bang, not with violence. Think of it instead as a slow, inevitable collapse, a gentle collapse. In the darkest, coldest clouds of space, clouds of gas and dust so diffuse you could float through them and not know, gravity begins to whisper. A whisper so faint, so patient, that it would take millions of years for us to hear a single syllable. A few atoms drawn ever so slightly closer to a few others. A slow, slow dance of attraction. Over ages, the cloud begins to fold in on itself, not quickly, but with the languid pace of a deep breath being drawn in. It is a cosmic sigh. The material gathers, and as it gathers, it warms, from a chill near absolute zero to a gentle warmth hidden deep within the cloud. for hundreds of thousands of years, this protostar, this stellar seed, simply spins and gathers and grows warmer. There is no fusion yet, no true light, just a potential, a promise, glowing with a soft infrared heat. This is the longest part of a star's life, its quiet, hidden gestation in the cosmic cradle, a slow-motion birth in the deepest quiet imaginable. It teaches us that even the most brilliant things begin not with a flash, but with a slow, patient accumulation, a gathering of resources in the dark, a nurturing of warmth before the light can shine. So picture that now, a dark, velvety nebula, a cloud softer than any shadow, and within it a faint, warm spot, a celestial ember breathing in the darkness for eons before its first true spark. It is a lesson in patience written across the light years. When that core finally grows warm enough and dense enough, a gentle kind of ignition occurs. Nuclear fusion begins. But this is not an explosion. It is a sustained, steady release, a balancing act of perfect peace. At the star's heart, the immense pressure of all that gathered mass pushes hydrogen atoms together. They fuse, forming helium, and in that process, a tiny amount of mass is transformed into energy, a whisper of matter becoming light. This process happens not in a chaotic burst, but in a constant, stable flow. For our sun, it fuses about 600 million tons of hydrogen into helium every second, a number that sounds immense, yet for the sun, it is a slow, measured burn, a stately expenditure of its vast fuel reserves. This fusion creates an outward pressure, a gentle push that exactly balances the inward crush of gravity. This balance is called hydrostatic equilibrium, and it is one of the most serene concepts in the universe. It is a star not fighting against gravity, but resting in perfect equilibrium with it. A stable, sustained, and peaceful reaction that can last for billions of years. Imagine that, a force that could crush anything held in perfect check by a gentle, steady fire from within. It is a cosmic meditation, a state of perfect balance that defines a star's long, luminous life. Your own breathing, in and out, is a tiny, gentle echo of this same principle, a balance, a sustained rhythm that supports life. So as you breathe in and breathe out, you can imagine the star breathing light, a slow, steady exhalation of energy that maintains its perfect, peaceful form against the deep, quiet pull of the cosmos. And for most of its life, a star like our sun exists in this state of serene balance. Astronomers call this the main sequence. It is the long, quiet adulthood of a star, a period of stable, unwavering light. Our sun has been in that phase for about 4.5 billion years, and it will remain there, shining with that same consistent glow for about 5 billion more. Think of that span, a single, steady state lasting almost 10 billion years. All human history is less than a blink, less than a single heartbeat within that profound duration. The sun rises and sets on our world day after day, season after season, epoch after epoch, because of this magnificent, unwavering consistency. It is a clock of unimaginable patience. Its light is not flickering or frantic. It is a constant, gentle outpouring, a guarantee written in physics. This constancy is what allows life on our planet to unfold slowly, to evolve, to find its rhythm. We are built upon this bedrock of stellar reliability. So when you feel overwhelmed by the pace of things, remember the sun's main sequence, a 10 billion year lesson in doing one thing peacefully, perfectly, and without hurry. Its light is a lullaby of stability, sung across the solar system, a promise that for tonight and for countless nights to come, the source of all our warmth and light is simply being, quietly, steadily, being itself. Now let your mind drift from our own familiar sun out to the majority of stars in our galaxy. Most of them are smaller, cooler, and far more long-lived than our sun. They are called red dwarfs, dim, ruby-hued embers scattered throughout the cosmos. Their fusion process is so slow, so gentle and frugal that they can shine for trillions of years. Trillions, a number so vast it dissolves human time into insignificance. The universe itself is only about 13.8 billion years old. Far too young for even the first red dwarf ever born to have aged in any meaningful way. These stars are, in essence, eternal. They will glow with their soft, crimson light long after stars like our sun have faded away. They are the quiet introverts of the galaxy, burning their fuel with such exquisite slowness that they exist in a state of near permanence. Picture one now, a small, dark red orb glowing like a banked coal in the endless night. Its light is so faint you could look right at it and barely notice its presence. It does not demand attention. It does not blaze. It simply persists. It is a symbol of gentle endurance, a reminder that brilliance is not always about intensity, but about longevity, about a deep inner reserve of peace that allows one to shine softly for timescales that the mind cannot truly grasp. In a universe that often feels chaotic, the red dwarf is a testament to quiet, steady persistence, a celestial being that has mastered the art of the slow burn. Let that image comfort you, a small, red, almost shy light, burning for an eternity, a forever flame in the cosmic dark. And as we consider these long-lived stars, we can also think about their motion. The stars are not fixed, they are all moving, drifting through the galaxy on vast, slow currents. But their motion is so gradual, so imperceptible, that our ancestors called them the fixed stars. To see a constellation change its shape noticeably would take tens of thousands of years. The Big Dipper, that familiar ladle in the northern sky, will slowly rearrange its handle and cup over the next 100,000 years. It is a dance in ultra-slow motion, a grand, stately ballet where the dancers take 100 human lifetimes to complete a single graceful step. There is no rush, no collision, just a gentle gravitational drift through the spiral arms of the Milky Way. Our own sun is part of this dance, carrying us along with it on a serene journey around the galactic center, completing one orbit every 230 million years. We are, right now, riding on a starship, but the voyage is so smooth, so constant, that we feel nothing but stillness. This is the true nature of space, not a static stage, but a fluid, slow-moving river of stars, each on its own ancient, predetermined path. So the sky above you, which seems so constant, is actually a snapshot of a single moment in a magnificent, slow-flowing film. The changes are happening, but they are the work of geological time, not human time. It is a canvas that paints itself over eons. This glacial pace can calm a restless heart. Our worries and hurries are like fast-moving clouds scudding across the surface of a deep, deep ocean. But the stars below that surface, they move with the ocean's own profound currents, slow, deliberate, and deeply peaceful. Within this gentle drift, many stars are not alone. A vast number exist in pairs or triplets, bound together by gravity in a slow, eternal waltz. These are binary star systems, two stars orbiting around a common center of gravity. Their dance can take days, years, or centuries to complete a single loop. Imagine a serene, silent ballet where the partners are entire worlds of glowing plasma, tracing slow, graceful ellipses in the dark. They pull on each other, not with violence, but with a constant, tender tug, a gravitational embrace that has lasted for billions of years. In some systems, they're so close they almost touch, sharing atmospheres in a slow, swirling exchange. In others, they are far apart, appearing as just two distant points of light that happen to be neighbors. But they are connected, forever linked by an invisible thread of force. Their motion is predictable, rhythmic, like the slow beating of a cosmic heart. There is a profound companionship in this, a star born from the same cloud, spending its entire existence in a slow dance with its sibling. No words, no sound, just the silent, mathematical poetry of mutual orbit. It is a relationship defined by perfect balance and endless, patient repetition. So if you ever feel alone, look up and remember, much of the light you see may come from a pair, not a single star, a quiet, distant duet, performing a dance so old and so slow that it is the very definition of constancy, a reminder that connection can be silent, steady, and last for lifetimes of the universe itself. All this starlight, this gentle energy flowing out for millions of years, does not simply vanish. It fills the space between the stars. This is the interstellar medium, not a true vacuum, but a sea of incredibly sparse gas and dust. A handful of atoms in a volume the size of a cathedral. It is the closest thing to nothingness we can imagine, and yet it is not empty. It is a mist, a fog of immeasurable thinness. And through this mist, starlight travels. Sometimes this mist gathers into those dark molecular clouds we spoke of, the stellar nurseries. And when starlight touches these clouds, something beautiful and quiet happens. It can cause them to glow, not with their own light, but with a reflected or a re-emitted light, a nebula. These cosmic clouds are not storms of chaos, but gentle, luminous vapors. Their shapes are soft, billowing like smoke caught in a slow breeze. They have names like the Pillars of Creation or the Horsehead Nebula, but they are not solid. They are ethereal, ghostly. They are the most delicate structures in the universe, held together by the faintest magnetic fields and stirred by the soft stellar winds. Their colors, pinks from hydrogen, blues from reflected starlight, are pastel and muted. They are the watercolor paintings of the cosmos. To drift through a nebula would be to experience a profound, silent fog lit from within by the softest of glows, a place of supreme peace and diffuse beauty, where matter exists in its most relaxed, unformed state, simply bathing in the ancient light of its neighboring stars. And what of the planets that form around these stars? They are born from the leftover material, the gentle swirl of dust that didn't fall into the star itself. In the quiet spinning disk around a young star, dust grains begin to stick together, not with force, but with the most gentle of attractions, static cling on a cosmic scale. Tiny particles bumping softly in the dark, sticking, forming pebbles, then rocks, then planetesimals. It is a slow, accretive process, like a snowball growing as it rolls down an endless, gentle hill. Over millions of years, these bodies grow, their gravity gently clearing their orbits, settling into stable, predictable paths. The orbits themselves are ellipses, not perfect circles, but their rhythms are locked in stable, often harmonious relationships. Some systems have planets whose orbital periods are in neat ratios, a gravitational resonance. For every 2 orbits one planet makes, another one makes 1, or 3 to 2, a celestial harmony, a silent music of mathematics played out over years and decades. This resonance means the planets never collide. They greet each other at the same points in their orbits again and again in a predictable, peaceful rhythm. It is a system that has found balance, a clockwork of worlds ticking with a precision that hums gently through the fabric of space-time. Our own solar system is filled with these gentle resonances, a quiet testament to the orderly, musical nature of cosmic mechanics. It is not chaos up there. It is a slow, grand, and deeply harmonious symphony.
Now, let us consider the end of a star. But even here, in what might sound dramatic, there is profound peace for most stars. For a star like our Sun, the end is a gentle unfurling. After its long, stable main sequence, it will slowly, over billions more years, swell into a red giant. It will become larger, cooler, its light turning a soft, deep orange or red. It will engulf the inner planets, not with fury, but with a slow, inevitable expansion, a gentle, luminous embrace. Then, over time, its outer layers will peel away, drifting off into space, not in an explosion, but in a serene cosmic sigh, a slow exhalation of gas that forms a beautiful planetary nebula. The core that remains will be a white dwarf, an Earth-sized sphere of incredibly dense matter. But a white dwarf is not a raging ember. It is a fading one. It has no fusion left. It shines only with the residual heat of its former life, slowly cooling over billions upon billions of years. It will eventually become a black dwarf, a cold, dark, crystalline sphere of carbon and oxygen, drifting silently through space, a peaceful, fossilized remnant, a diamond in the dark. This final state is the ultimate rest, a star that has gently shed its luminous layers and settled into a state of perfect, quiet, eternal solidity. It is a transformation, not a destruction, a return to stillness. So even a star's death is not an end, but a slowing, a cooling, a gentle transition into a different and deeply peaceful state of being. It is a reminder that all things, even great balls of fusion fire, eventually find their rest. For the very largest stars, the finale is more dramatic, a supernova. But let us reframe even this. It is not a random explosion of anger. It is the inevitable, beautiful result of physics. When a massive star can no longer support itself, its core collapses in a fraction of a second. But from that collapse comes a rebound, a shock wave that flings the star's enriched material out into space. This material, forged in the star's heart, carbon, oxygen, iron, gold, is scattered across the interstellar medium. It is an act of cosmic recycling on the grandest scale. The iron in your blood, the calcium in your bones, was created in the heart of a dying star billions of years ago and gently dispersed across the galaxy by such an event. A supernova, then, is not just an end, it is a dissemination, a sowing of seeds for future stars and future planets and future life. It is the star's final gift to the universe. Its substance becomes part of the great cycle. from a stellar nursery to a shining star to a peaceful remnant or a generative explosion, and back into the nursery again. It is a circle, vast and slow. So even the most energetic event in a star's life is part of a gentle, eternal cycle of giving and becoming. Our own bodies are made of this gifted stardust. We are, literally, children of the stars, resting here on this planet, made from the peaceful, recycled remains of ancient suns. Beyond the single stars and their systems, we find galaxies, vast spinning islands of hundreds of billions of stars. Our own Milky Way is a spiral galaxy, a giant, slow-turning pinwheel of light. It takes about 230 million years to complete one rotation. This is known as a cosmic year. Think of the slowness of that turn. Since the dinosaurs vanished, the Sun has completed only about a quarter of a single orbit around the galactic center. The galaxy turns with the stately, graceful pace of a giant wheel in the depths of space. From a distance, it would appear serene, its spiral arms trailing like soft, luminous clouds in the current of gravity. There is no sound, no grinding of gears, just the silent, majestic procession of countless stars, each in its own orbit, contributing to the grand, slow swirl. We are inside this wheel, so we do not see the spin. We see only the static band of the Milky Way across our sky, the combined, fuzzy light of countless distant stars in the disk of our own galaxy. It is a reminder that we are part of something unimaginably large and slow-moving, a single entity, a galactic being, breathing and turning on a timescale that dwarfs all of biological evolution. To contemplate the galaxy is to feel a deep, humbling peace. Our worries are so small, and the turning is so slow and so sure. It will continue its gentle spin long after every human memory has faded. It is a cosmic clock with hands that move once every 100 million years. And in that slowness, there is an immense, calming stability. And between these galaxies, there is even more space, more profound quiet. The distances are so vast they are measured in millions of light years. In these intergalactic voids, there is almost nothing. A few stray atoms, a rare wandering star flung out from its home galaxy. It is the deepest, most profound quiet in the universe, a silence that has lasted for billions of years. If you could be there, you would see the galaxies as small, fuzzy islands of light in an endless, dark ocean. They would appear still, frozen in place, because their motions relative to each other are, once again, glacial. Some move towards each other for a gentle billion-year merger, a slow-motion embrace where stars, because of the immense distances between them, rarely collide. They simply intermingle their orbits like two clouds of smoke merging. This vast, empty space is not frightening. It is the ultimate sanctuary of quiet, a place where the hustle and energy of stars and galaxies are just distant, soft glows on a horizon that never ends. It is a reminder that the universe is mostly space, peaceful, empty, serene space, a canvas of darkness upon which the gentle points of light are slowly, slowly painted. This void is the universe's default state, not noise, but silence, not frenzy, but rest. So as you lie here, you can imagine yourself in that quietest of places, floating in the gentle embrace of the deepest dark, where the nearest source of light is a whole other island universe, millions of years away, a peaceful, profound solitude. All of this, the birth, life, and gentle passing of stars, is governed by a few simple, beautiful laws, the laws of physics, gravity, thermodynamics, nuclear physics. These are not harsh rules, but gentle guides.
They are the universe's habits, its routines. They ensure that things happen predictably, slowly, and in balance. A star does not have to struggle to know what to do. It simply follows these innate principles. It is born from gravity, shines by fusion, and finds rest according to the quiet logic of mass and energy. There is a deep comfort in this predictability. The cosmos is not chaotic, it is orderly, deeply, profoundly orderly. The same equations that describe the bending of starlight around a galaxy also describe the orbit of Earth around the Sun. It is a unified, elegant system. To contemplate this is to feel an intellectual serenity. The universe is knowable. It operates on principles we can understand, and those principles are beautiful in their simplicity and their power. They are the quiet, unseen framework upon which all the luminous beauty is hung. So as your mind drifts, you can think of these laws not as cold equations, but as the gentle, constant whispers of the cosmos, telling matter how to be, telling stars how to shine, telling light how to travel. It is a universe that operates with a calm, reliable intelligence, and we, as part of it, are resting within that reliable, gentle system. This light, traveling for so long, finally reaches us. But it does not reach us untouched. Our atmosphere, a soft blue blanket around our planet, gently bends it. This is atmospheric refraction. It makes the stars appear to twinkle. That twinkle is not the star itself flickering. It is our own air, moving in gentle thermal currents, causing the starlight to wiggle and dance on its final journey to our eyes. The star itself is constant. The twinkle is the signature of our living, breathing planet. It is Earth saying hello to the starlight, a gentle atmospheric caress that makes the distant points of light seem alive and friendly.
It softens their sharpness. It makes them shimmer, like light on the surface of a very still, very deep pond. This twinkling is a reminder that we are looking out from within a protective, dynamic layer. We are not in the void. We are in a cocoon of air, watching the distant fires through a soft, moving lens. It adds a layer of tender, earthly movement to the celestial stillness. So when you see a star twinkle, know that it is a collaboration. The steadfast, ancient light of the star meeting the gentle, present-day sigh of our own world. A cosmic and terrestrial hello happening in the blink of an eye, over and over again. And as this starlight, or even the light of our moon, falls upon the earth, it creates shadows. But in the realm of astronomy, there are gentler shadows. The soft shadow of a planet passing in front of its star, causing the star's light to dip by a barely perceptible amount. This is how we find many exoplanets, not by seeing them directly, but by noticing the gentle, periodic dimming of their sun. A star quietly being shaded by a distant, unseen world. It is a whisper of a transit, a hint of presence. Or consider an eclipse. The moon's shadow sweeping over the earth is a cone of darkness, but it moves with a slow, predictable grace. The awe of an eclipse is not in noise, but in a deep, cooling quiet, in the slow dimming of the world, in the appearance of stars in the daytime. It is a celestial alignment, a moment of perfect, quiet geometry happening in real time. These shadows are not menacing. They are demonstrations of orbital harmony. They are the universe lining things up for a moment to show us the clockwork in action, a peaceful, predictable interplay of light and shadow on the grandest scale. Now let us consider the color of starlight. A star's color tells a serene story about its temperature. The coolest stars glow red, like embers in a hearth, then orange, then yellow, like our sun, then white, and the hottest stars glow with a blue or blue-white light. This is all described by a beautiful, simple law black body radiation. The star is, in essence, a nearly perfect radiator. Its color is a direct, calm expression of its internal warmth. A red star is not angry, it is cool and patient. A blue star is not frantic, it is intensely hot, but still bound by the same laws of peaceful equilibrium. This spectrum of color across the night sky is a temperature map painted in soft light. It tells us from immense distances the basic nature of these distant suns. And when starlight passes through a prism or through the droplets of water in our atmosphere to make a rainbow, it breaks into its full spectrum. This spectrum contains dark lines, absorption lines, where specific colors are missing, absorbed by elements in the star's own atmosphere or in the interstellar medium. These lines are like a barcode, a quiet scientific signature. They tell us across the light years what the star is made of: hydrogen, helium, calcium, iron, all announced by tiny dark gaps in the rainbow. It is a whisper of composition. The star is quietly telling us its secrets in a language of absent light. It is a peaceful revelation. No need for probes or visits, just the patient analysis of gentle light collected over time. As we collect this light, we are also looking back in time. This is perhaps the most philosophically soothing concept of all. The finite speed of light means the universe is its own history book. The deeper we look into space, the further back in time we see. The Hubble Space Telescope's deep field images, those collections of thousands of galaxies, are showing us galaxies as they were billions of years ago. We are seeing their childhood. We are watching the universe in its younger, more formative days. But we are watching it in silence and in still frames. It is archaeology with light, a gentle uncovering of cosmic history simply by staring patiently into the dark. There is no way to see the universe as it is now. Now is a local concept. In the grand cosmos, we see only a tapestry of vents layered over each other, with the most distant objects showing us the most ancient light. This means the night sky is not a map of place, but a map of time, a quiet, luminous museum of the past. Every direction you look, you are looking into history. So, as you lie here, you are surrounded by the gentle, present light of nearby stars and the ancient fossil light of galaxies so far away their stars may have long since changed. It is all here, in this moment, arriving at your eye. A peaceful convergence of countless different moments in cosmic history, all woven together into the single, quiet experience of looking up at a starry night. Let that feeling dissolve the pressure of the present. You are connected to epochs beyond counting, all through the simple, silent act of receiving their light. And as this starlight, or even the light of our moon, falls upon the earth, it creates shadows. But in the realm of astronomy, there are gentler shadows. The soft shadow of a planet passing in front of its star, causing the star's light to dip by a barely perceptible amount. This is how we find many exoplanets, not by seeing them directly, but by noticing the gentle, periodic dimming of their sun. A star quietly being shaded by a distant, unseen world. It is a whisper of a transit, a hint of presence. Or consider an eclipse. The moon's shadow sweeping over the earth is a cone of darkness, but it moves with a slow, predictable grace. The awe of an eclipse is not in noise, but in a deep, cooling quiet, in the slow dimming of the world, in the appearance of stars in the daytime. It is a celestial alignment, a moment of perfect, quiet geometry happening in real time. These shadows are not menacing, they are demonstrations of orbital harmony. They are the universe lining things up for a moment to show us the clockwork in action. A peaceful, predictable interplay of light and shadow on the grandest scale. Now let us consider the color of starlight. A star's color tells a serene story about its temperature. The coolest stars glow red, like embers in a hearth, then orange, then yellow, like our sun, then white, and the hottest stars glow with a blue or blue-white light. This is all described by a beautiful, simple law, black-body radiation. The star is, in essence, a nearly perfect radiator. Its color is a direct, calm expression of its internal warmth. A red star is not angry, it is cool and patient. A blue star is not frantic, it is intensely hot, but still bound by the same laws of peaceful equilibrium. This spectrum of color across the night sky is a temperature map painted in soft light. It tells us from immense distances the basic nature of these distant suns. And when starlight passes through a prism or through the droplets of water in our atmosphere to make a rainbow, it breaks into its full spectrum. This spectrum contains dark lines, absorption lines, where specific colors are missing, absorbed by elements in the star's own atmosphere or in the interstellar medium. These lines are like a barcode, a quiet scientific signature. They tell us across the light years what the star is made of: hydrogen, helium, calcium, iron, all announced by tiny dark gaps in the rainbow. It is a whisper of composition. The star is quietly telling us its secrets in a language of absent light. It is a peaceful revelation. No need for probes or visits, just the patient analysis of gentle light collected over time. As we collect this light, we are also looking back in time. This is perhaps the most philosophically soothing concept of all. The finite speed of light means the universe is its own history book. The deeper we look into space, the further back in time we see. The Hubble Space Telescope's deep field images, those collections of thousands of galaxies, are showing us galaxies as they were billions of years ago. We are seeing their childhood. We are watching the universe in its younger, more formative days. But we are watching it in silence and in still frames. It is archaeology with light, a gentle uncovering of cosmic history simply by staring patiently into the dark. There is no way to see the universe as it is now. Now is a local concept. In the grand cosmos, we see only a tapestry of Vens layered over each other, with the most distant objects showing us the most ancient light. This means the night sky is not a map of place, but a map of time, a quiet, luminous museum of the past. Every direction you look, you are looking into history. So, as you lie here, you are surrounded by the gentle, present light of nearby stars and the ancient fossil light of galaxies.
So far away their stars may have long since changed. It is all here, in this moment, arriving at your eye, a peaceful convergence of countless different moments in cosmic history, all woven together into the single quiet experience of looking up at a starry night. Let that feeling dissolve the pressure of the present. You are connected to epochs beyond counting, all through the simple, silent act of receiving their light. And within this great story, our own star, the sun, has a rhythm, the solar cycle. About every 11 years, the sun's magnetic field flips. This process leads to a period of increased sunspots and solar activity, followed by a period of quiet. But even at its most active, the sun's surface is a place of slow, seething plasma, moving in loops and arcs governed by magnetic fields. From our distance, it is a serene, if dynamic, process. The sun is breathing a long, deep breath in and out over a decade. Sunspots themselves are not holes, but cooler areas on the sun's surface, tiny transient islands of relative coolness in the vast sea of heat. They come and go, like slow-motion storms on a placid, glowing ocean. The auroras they can cause on Earth, the northern and southern lights, are perhaps the most gentle and beautiful manifestation of this activity. Silent, dancing curtains of green and red light caused by the solar wind interacting with our magnetic field. It is the sun touching our atmosphere in the most peaceful, painterly way, a celestial brushstroke across the polar skies. So the sun is not a static lamp, it is a living, breathing entity with a slow, steady pulse. And that pulse creates beauty on our world in the form of silent, drifting lights in our own night sky. A reminder that the star closest to us is also a being of gentle, cyclical change. After the long, stable main sequence, and after the gentle giant phase, a star like our Sun becomes a planetary nebula and a white dwarf, as we discussed. But let us linger on the white dwarf. It is an object of incredible density. A teaspoon of its material would weigh as much as an elephant here on Earth. Yet this immense density is held in a state of perfect quantum mechanical peace. It is supported not by fusion, but by electron degeneracy pressure, a fundamental quantum law that says electrons cannot be squeezed too close together. It is a star that has become a crystal. It is cooling slowly, slowly over billions of years. Its surface, if we could see it, might be a smooth, featureless glow, fading from white to yellow to red and finally to black. It is the universe's way of preserving a star's core in a state of eternal, quiet solidity. It will be one of the last sources of light in a far, far future universe, a fading ember in the deepening cosmic dark. There is a profound melancholic peace in this image, a once great furnace of light and life, now a dense, cooling diamond, sailing on through the silent ocean of space. It is not a tragedy, it is a natural, gentle conclusion, a well-earned rest after 10 billion years of shining. A celestial being retiring into a state of permanent, quiet contemplation. And for the very end of all things, stellar evolution points to a quiet, deep freeze. As the universe expands over trillions of years, stars will burn out. New star formation will slow, then stop as gas clouds are used up or pushed too far apart by the expansion of space. The last stars to shine will be the red dwarfs, those frugal, long-lived embers. But eventually, even they will fade. The universe will become a place of darkness, scattered with black dwarfs, neutron stars, and black holes. There will be no new light. It will be a quiet, cold, and profoundly peaceful place. All activity will have ceased. It will be the universe resting. This is known as the heat death, but the term is misleading. It is not a death throes, it is a coming to equilibrium, a state of maximum entropy, where energy is evenly distributed and nothing happens. It is the ultimate deep sleep, the final gentle exhale of all cosmic processes. While this is an almost unimaginably distant future, far, far beyond any scale we can truly comprehend, there is a strange comfort in it. It suggests that even the universe itself has a cycle, a beginning, a long, lively maturity, and a slow, gentle fading into rest. It mirrors our own daily cycle of waking, activity, and sleeping. On a scale so vast it defies thought, the universe, too, will find its rest. So as you drift towards sleep tonight, you are mirroring, in your own small way, the ultimate fate of the cosmos, a gentle winding down, a release of the day's energy, a settling into peace. You are a tiny living echo of the universe's own deep, slow rhythm of activity and rest. We have drifted so far in our minds across such vast scales of space and time, from the gentle gathering of a stellar nursery to the 10 billion year constancy of a main sequence star, to the trillion-year glow of a red dwarf, to the silent crystal rest of a white dwarf. We have thought about the slow dance of binary stars, the stately turn of galaxies, and the profound quiet of the intergalactic void. We have remembered that we are made of stardust, and that the light we see is ancient history, and that the laws that guide it all are elegant and serene. All of these facts are not just information, they are a kind of therapy for the soul, a reminder of a scale of existence where hurry does not exist, where everything unfolds with the patience of geology, but on a stage as large as reality itself. So now, as this journey among the stars comes to a gentle close, let the images soften in your mind. Let the vast distances and the immense timelines blur into a feeling of deep cosmic peace. You are resting on a small rocky world, orbiting a steady middle-aged star, which is itself orbiting the center of a vast spinning galaxy, which is drifting with others in the endless, quiet dark. And all of it is at peace. All of it is moving slowly, predictably, beautifully. There is nothing you need to hold on to, no fact to remember, just the feeling of being a part of this immense, gentle system. Allow that feeling to be a blanket around you, a weighted blanket of starlight and silence. Let your breathing deepen in its own rhythm. Let your body feel heavy, supported like a planet resting in the gentle grip of gravity. With every exhale, release any last fragments of the day. Let them drift away like stardust scattered on a solar wind. You have traveled far tonight, not with effort, but with the lightest touch of imagination. And now it is time to come to rest, to find your own white dwarf state of quiet, solid peace, to enter your own personal, nourishing nebula of sleep. Thank you for letting Dream State Discoveries be part of your journey to rest. If you found peace in these words, consider subscribing for more gentle journeys into the wonders of our universe. But for now, there is only this moment, this breath, and the soft dark behind your eyelids. Allow the stars in your mind's eye to fade, one by one, until only the peaceful dark remains. Sleep well, and good night.
And now, as we settle deeper into this cosmic quiet, let us consider the very fabric that allows starlight to reach us, the nature of space itself. We often think of space as a nothingness, a simple stage, but in the gentle understanding of modern physics, space is a something, a soft, malleable medium. It can be stretched, bent, and curved by the presence of mass and energy. Think of it not as a rigid grid, but as a vast, tranquil rubber sheet, infinitely flexible and deeply peaceful. When a star or a planet or a galaxy rests upon this sheet, it creates a gentle depression, a soft well of curvature. This is gravity, not as a mysterious pulling force, but as the natural tendency of objects to roll gently down the soft slopes created by each other's presence. The Earth rolls in a perpetual gentle circle around the Sun's soft depression in space-time. The Moon rolls around ours. It is a cosmic landscape of gentle hills and valleys, where everything moves with a slow, sliding grace, following the path of least resistance.
There is no struggle in this motion. It is simply the universe settling into its most comfortable, relaxed configuration. A star does not fight to hold its planets. It simply rests, and its rest creates a comfortable place for its planets to orbit, like marbles rolling around the rim of a softly curved bowl. This image transforms the cosmos from a place of chaotic forces to a place of serene geometry. A place where even the most dramatic events, like black holes, are simply very deep, very soft wells in this tranquil fabric. So, as you rest, you can imagine yourself not in empty space, but cradled in this gentle, flexible medium. Your own body creates a tiny, imperceptible softness in the field of space-time. You are, right now, part of the serene geometry of the universe, a small, warm curve in the quiet fabric of reality, resting effortlessly within the larger curves created by our planet and our sun. Within this curved space, light itself travels, but it does not travel in a stubborn straight line. It too follows the curves. This is gravitational lensing. When light from a distant star or galaxy passes near a massive object, its path is bent ever so slightly. It is like a soft whisper being gently redirected as it passes over a warm vent of air. The massive object acts as a lens, a tranquil cosmic magnifying glass. It can distort the image of the distant object into a soft, smeared arc, or even create multiple faint copies of it, an Einstein ring. This is not a violent distortion. It is a gentle focusing, a quiet proof that space itself is pliable, like a deep, still pool of water where the light's path ripples softly around a heavy stone. This phenomenon allows us to see galaxies that would otherwise be too far and too faint. It is the universe providing its own telescope, not with glass and metal, but with the serene, invisible curvature of gravity. So, the light that reaches us has often been on a gently meandering journey, swaying around the soft gravitational fields of unseen galaxies and dark matter. Its path is not a stark straight line, but a relaxed, curving stroll across the cosmos. Even light, the fastest thing there is, takes the path of least resistance through the peaceful, undulating landscape of space-time. Let us think about the material between the stars once more, but on an even smaller scale. The interstellar medium contains not just atoms, but molecules, complex molecules. In the cold, dark molecular clouds, where temperatures are only a few degrees above absolute zero, atoms link together in the slow dance of chemistry. Water, carbon monoxide, and even organic molecules like sugars and alcohols have been detected there. These are the building blocks of life, forming in the deepest, coldest, quietest places imaginable. There is no laboratory, no scientist, no intention, just the slow, inevitable coming together of particles over millions of years in a chill so profound that all motion is subdued to a whisper. This is chemistry at its most patient, a glacial, cosmic brew. These clouds are the universe's quiet apothecaries, where the ingredients for planets and perhaps life are mixed with infinite slowness and care. The silence in these clouds is not sterile, it is pregnant with potential. It is a deep, cold, creative silence. So when you look at a dark patch in the Milky Way, know that it might not be simply an absence of light. It might be a cosmic kitchen, a silent workshop where the universe is slowly, patiently assembling the pieces of future worlds, and maybe future dreamers, all happening in a timeless, frozen dark. And on some of those future worlds around other stars, there may be oceans, liquid water resting under an alien sky. The starlight that fell upon our own planet to nurture its first stirrings of life does the same for countless others in the galaxy. The process is slow, governed by the same gentle laws of chemistry and physics. Life, if it arises, would do so at its own pace, in its own time, in the quiet rhythm of its planet's rotation and its star's consistent glow. An exoplanet in the habitable zone of a red dwarf would experience a very different kind of day, a perpetual soft crimson twilight with a sun that hangs large and dark red in the sky. A world of long, quiet dawns that last for days. There is no rush for life to evolve under such a sun. It has trillions of years to find its way. That is a timescale of such profound peace that it makes the rise and fall of civilizations on Earth seem like the briefest flicker of a candle. The possibility of life across the galaxy is not a story of invasion or drama, but one of quiet, parallel development, isolated experiments in biology, each unfolding in its own slow time, under its own sun's gentle light. They may never meet, they may simply be, each in their own corner of the spiral arm, living their long, slow stories. This is a deeply calming thought. We are not alone in a frantic, crowded universe. We are possibly not alone in a vast, quiet, and patient one, where other conscious beings might also be looking up at their night sky, feeling the same soft wonder, the same pull toward the serene mysteries of the stars that brought them forth, a shared silent contemplation across the light years. Our own contemplation is aided by instruments, telescopes. But think of a great telescope like those in the high, dry deserts or on remote mountain peaks. They are not loud machines, they are monuments to patience. They sit in their domes that open with a slow, silent roll. They point to a patch of sky and they simply gather light for hours, sometimes for nights on end. They collect photons one by one from a galaxy so faint its light is less than a single photon per square centimeter. They are listeners. Their large mirrors are like gentle ears cupped to the sky, catching the faintest whispers of the cosmos. The data they collect is not a shout, it is a slow accumulation of evidence built from the tiniest, most peaceful signals imaginable. Astronomers who work with this data practice a science of profound stillness. They wait for the perfect night. They wait for the Earth to turn to the right position. They wait for the long exposures to complete. Their work is a meditation in delayed gratification, on a timescale of years or even decades for a single project. It is a career built on the acceptance of cosmic time. So, when you see a beautiful image from the James Webb Telescope, remember it is not a snapshot. It is a long, gentle embrace of starlight, a long, gentle gathering of ancient whispers woven together into a picture. It is the universe being heard very slowly and with great care. The stars themselves have a sound in a way, or rather they vibrate. Astroseismology is the study of these gentle pulsations. Stars are not silent, static balls of gas. They ring like vast, soft bells. Convection currents
On their surfaces and processes in their interiors create pressure waves that travel through the star, causing its surface to rhythmically rise and fall. For our sun, these oscillations are tiny, a rhythm of expansion and contraction over periods of about 5 minutes. The entire sun is breathing with a deep, slow 5-minute breath. For other stars, the periods can be longer.
These pulsations are not chaotic. They are harmonious modes, like the resonant notes of a musical instrument. By studying these gentle starquakes, astronomers can learn about the star's internal structure, its density, its age, all from listening to its quiet, rhythmic song. It is a form of cosmic music played on instruments of plasma, so low and deep that we could never hear it with our ears, only detect it with precise, patient instruments. The universe is filled with this silent music, stars humming to themselves, a gentle internal vibration that speaks of their inner peace and stability. It is a lullaby on a stellar scale. So as you breathe in and out, your own rhythm is a tiny biological echo of this vast celestial vibration. You are, in a way, harmonizing with the sun's own 5-minute pulse. Let us return to our own solar system, to the gentle influence of our sun. The solar wind is a constant, gentle stream of charged particles flowing outward from the sun. It is not a raging storm, but a breeze, a perpetual, soft exhalation. This breeze shapes the heliosphere, a vast protective bubble around our solar system, created by the sun's magnetic field and this wind. It is our sun's own gentle atmosphere extended out into space, shielding us from the harsher interstellar medium. We are within the sun's extended, quiet embrace. The boundary of this bubble, the heliopause, is where the solar wind finally slows and mingles with the interstellar wind. It is a soft frontier, a place of gentle mixing, not a sharp wall. The Voyager spacecraft, those quiet robotic ambassadors, have passed through this boundary. They did so not with a crash, but with a quiet transition, detected by a change in the density and energy of particles around them. They are now in interstellar space, carrying their golden records, messages of peace and greeting, moving with a silent, steady momentum. Their journey is the ultimate in slow travel. They will not reach another star for tens of thousands of years. They are a testament to patience, to the gentle, persistent push of a mission that will far outlive its creators. They drift, silent and dark, their instruments mostly off now, becoming like small, crafted asteroids, carrying a whisper of Earth into the deep, star-studded quiet. As we consider these quiet journeys, we can also think of the constellations themselves. They are not real groupings, but gentle accidents of perspective. Stars from vastly different distances, unrelated to each other, that happen to line up from our particular viewpoint here on Earth. They are a peaceful illusion of connection. Our ancestors saw pictures in them, animals, heroes, tools. They told stories. This act of constellation making is one of humanity's first and most gentle sciences. It was a way of imposing calm, familiar order on the bewildering scatter of lights, of creating a gentle map in the chaos. The stories themselves were often slow, epic tales of love, loss, and transformation, played out over generations and mirrored in the slow march of the stars across the seasons. Orion the hunter, forever chasing the Pleiades sisters, never catching them, a story of eternal, gentle pursuit written in light. These myths are a human echo of the cosmic scale, stories that try to match the patience of the heavens with narratives that last beyond a single lifetime. So when you see a constellation, you are seeing two things: the serene physical reality of distant, unconnected suns, and the soft human need for pattern and story. Both are true, both are peaceful. The stars are physically alone, but in our minds we have gently connected them, giving them companionship in our imaginations. It is a kind, creative act that makes the vastness feel a little more like home. And within some constellations, we find star clusters, gentle societies of stars. Open clusters, like the Pleiades or the Hyades, are families of stars born from the same cloud, still loosely bound together by gravity. They are young in cosmic terms, and they travel together through the galaxy, a serene, drifting family. Over hundreds of millions of years, the gentle gravitational nudges of passing stars and gas clouds will slowly pull them apart, each star going its own way. It is not a violent breakup, but a gradual, peaceful drifting apart as each star finds its own path in the galactic tide. Then there are globular clusters, ancient spherical swarms of hundreds of thousands of stars orbiting the galactic core like serene, distant bees. They are some of the oldest structures in the galaxy, having formed almost 10 billion years ago. Their stars are packed relatively close together, yet collisions are incredibly rare. They exist in a state of dense but peaceful coexistence. To live on a planet inside a globular cluster would be to see a night sky filled with hundreds of stars as bright as Venus, a soft, perpetual twilight. It would be a sky of overwhelming, gentle company. These clusters are cosmic monuments to community and longevity. They have hung together, a serene collective, through almost the entire history of the universe. They are a reminder that even in the vastness, there can be places of deep, ancient togetherness where stars spend their long lives in a quiet, crowded harmony. The light from all these stars, this gentle rain of photons, has an effect on our world beyond just illumination. Starlight over eons contributes a tiny, tiny amount of energy to the Earth. It is a whisper of heat. But more poetically, starlight has shaped our dreams and our art. The quiet inspiration of a starry night has led to sonnets, symphonies, and paintings. It has guided travelers and given philosophers a canvas upon which to ponder the biggest questions. This is a soft cultural influence. The stars, unknowing and distant, have been gentle muses to humanity. They have asked us, without words, to consider our place in the grand scheme, and in doing so, they have drawn out of us some of our most peaceful and beautiful creations. Van Gogh's Starry Night is not a photographically accurate depiction. It is a rendering of the feeling, the swirling, soft, emotional response to the cosmos. It captures the serene dynamism, the quiet vibration of the heavens. So the relationship is a two-way street. The stars send physical light, we receive it and send back peaceful art, peaceful science, peaceful wonder. It is a silent, beautiful exchange across the void.
As the night deepens and your own mind softens its focus, we can consider one last overarching gentle fact. The universe is, in its fundamental nature, tuned for existence. The physical constants, the strength of gravity, the force binding atomic nuclei, the speed of light, are precisely set to allow for stars to form, burn for billions of years, and create the elements for planets and life. If gravity were slightly stronger, stars would burn out too quickly. If weaker, they might never ignite. This delicate balance is known as the fine-tuning of the universe. Some see it as cosmic coincidence, others as something more. But from a perspective of relaxation, it is simply a fact of profound, deep harmony. The universe is not haphazard. Its rules are such that they naturally lead to long-lived, stable, luminous objects like stars. It is a universe that allows for peace, that allows for long, slow processes, that allows for the gentle gathering of clouds, the patient fusion of atoms, and the slow cooling of embers. The very laws themselves are recipes for serenity. So as you rest within this universe, you are resting within a system whose foundational principles are not of chaos, but of order, stability, and beautiful, slow-burning balance. You are a beneficiary of this cosmic peace. Your ability to lie here, to breathe, to sleep, is made possible by stars that lived and died in peace, in a universe whose laws are inherently calm and consistent. You are, in the most physical sense, a product of cosmic serenity. So let all these thoughts blend now: the curved space, the molecular clouds, the patient telescopes, the vibrating stars, the drifting clusters, the silent influences. Let them become a soft soup of wonder in your mind, without edges or demands. There is no test, there is only the slow, gentle repetition of cosmic themes: vast time, immense space, perfect balance, silent motion, gentle cycles. Feel your body as a small planet resting in its own gravity. Feel your breath as a soft solar wind, a gentle rhythmic exhalation. Feel your heartbeat as a tiny personal astroseismology, a gentle pulsing that echoes in its own microscopic way the great slow breathing of the stars. You have journeyed far, and now the journey turns inward. The cosmos outside is vast and serene. The cosmos within you, the universe of your own quiet consciousness, is also vast and serene. They are not separate. You are made of the one, observing the other, the stardust contemplating the stars. Allow the last specific images to dissolve. Let the red dwarfs, the white dwarfs, the nebulae, the spiraling galaxies all soften into a general, comforting glow, a feeling of being part of something unimaginably large, patient, and peaceful. There is nothing more to know tonight, only to be a resting piece of the universe, aware of its own rest. Let your breathing be the only motion you follow, in and out, slow like the expansion of a nebula, steady like the fusion in a star's core, deep like the gravity well of a peaceful sleep. We are gently drawing this exploration to a close. Thank you for wandering the serene pathways of the stars with dream state discoveries. If this peaceful journey has helped you find a moment of rest, we invite you to subscribe and to join us again for another gentle voyage into the wonders that surround us. But for now, let go of the invitation, let go of the channel, let go of my voice. All that remains is the dark and your breath and the deep, knowing quiet that the stars have always known. Allow your eyes to be heavy. Allow your mind to be soft. Allow the universe to hold you in its quiet, ancient embrace. Sleep well and good night.
Now, let us drift into an even more subtle realm of stellar peace, the realm of stellar remnants and the quietest objects in the cosmos. We have spoken of white dwarfs cooling into dark diamonds, but there are other ends. For stars more massive than our sun, but not the very largest, the final rest is even more profound. They become neutron stars. When such a star exhausts its fuel, its core collapses, not to the size of Earth, but to the size of a city. A sphere perhaps only 10 miles across. But in that sphere is crammed the mass of 1.5 times our sun. The density is so extreme that protons and electrons are forced together, merging into neutrons. The entire star becomes a giant atomic nucleus, a crystal of pure neutron matter. The pressure at its heart is a quiet beyond our comprehension, a quantum mechanical silence where the rules of our everyday world cease to apply. A sugar cube-sized piece of this material would weigh as much as a mountain, and yet this incredible density exists in a state of perfect, rigid calm. The neutron star is solid, unimaginably solid. It is the universe's ultimate paperweight. Its surface gravity is so strong that if you could drop a feather onto it from a meter above, it would strike with the energy of a nuclear bomb. But of course, nothing disturbs it. It sits, or more often spins, in the deep quiet of space, a perfect, smooth sphere of the hardest material imaginable. It is a star that has turned inwards, condensed its entire fiery being into a silent, super-dense jewel. There is no fusion, no chemical processes, just the cold, quiet dominance of nuclear forces, holding matter in a state of perfect, packed stillness. To contemplate a neutron star is to contemplate ultimate solidity, a resting place so definitive, so immovable, that it represents a final, unshakable peace. And some of these neutron stars spin. They are called pulsars. As they spin, they emit beams of radiation from their magnetic poles, like the steady, rotating beam of a cosmic lighthouse. But this is not a frantic spinning. The periods can range from milliseconds to several seconds. A pulsar with a period of 1 second is turning with a slow, stately rhythm. One pulse, a pause, another pulse. A heartbeat, but it is the heartbeat of a clock of unbelievable precision. The spin of a pulsar is so regular that it rivals atomic clocks in its stability. It is a metronome set against the dark. For billions of years, it will keep this beat, slowing down only by imperceptible amounts. It is a symbol of relentless, peaceful regularity. The universe, through the extreme physics of a collapsed star, creates the most accurate timepiece we know. That gentle, rhythmic pulse across the radio waves is a beacon of order. It says in the silent language of physics, "Here I am, and I will mark this moment, and the next, with perfect patience until the end of time itself." There is a deep comfort in that constancy. Amidst the seeming chaos of the cosmos, there are these gentle, ticking hearts sending out their quiet signals with the reliability that humbles all human-made machines. You can imagine one now in some distant part of the galaxy, a dark, dense sphere spinning once every few seconds. With each rotation, a silent sigh of energy sweeps past our planet, detectable only to our largest radio ears, a cosmic neighbor checking in with a steady, quiet blink. And then there are the quietest of all, black holes, often portrayed as monsters, as cosmic vacuum cleaners, but in truth, in their solitude, they are places of ultimate quiet and simplicity. A black hole is not a hole in the sense of a pit. It is a region of space where gravity is so strong that not even light can escape. The boundary of this region is the event horizon, a soft, mathematical surface, a point of no return. But from the outside, a black hole is just a gentle absence, a perfect dark sphere against the star field. If it is not actively pulling in material, it is the most peaceful object imaginable. It does nothing, it emits nothing. It is a silent sink in the fabric of space-time, a place where the universe's energy and matter can find a final, simple rest. According to our current understanding, what falls past the event horizon is lost to our universe forever, its information perhaps smeared into a featureless hum on the horizon, a concept physicists call the holographic principle. The black hole itself is described by only three numbers: its mass, its spin, and its electric charge. It is an object stripped of all complexity, all individuality. It is a pure, quiet, geometric shape in the cosmos. A black hole alone in the void is a monument to minimalism. It asks no questions, gives no light, makes no sound. It simply is, a perfect, dark, serene endpoint. To orbit a black hole at a safe distance would be to experience a profound, peaceful darkness at the center of your sky, a darkness that bends the starlight around it into a perfect, luminous ring, an Einstein ring, a halo of distorted beauty around pure quiet. So even the most extreme gravitational object is, in its essence, a place of deep, simple, and profound peace. Consider also the companions of these quiet giants. Many black holes and neutron stars exist in binary systems with ordinary stars. In a serene, slow dance, they pull a gentle stream of gas from their companion. This gas spirals in, not with a shriek, but in a silent, graceful whirlpool called an accretion disk. As the gas spirals inward, it heats through friction and glows softly, often in X-rays. It is a quiet, luminous waterfall of matter into the dark. But even this process can be stable and steady for millions of years. It is a long, slow feeding, a gentle transfer of mass from one star to its dense, quiet partner. The donor star slowly gives up its outer layers, and the black hole or neutron star quietly accepts them. It is a cosmic symbiosis, a patient relationship that plays out over eons. There is no violence in the steady flow, only the serene inevitability of gravity and orbital mechanics. These systems are clocks of a different kind, their gentle X-ray glow, a candle marking the slow expenditure of a star's substance. It is a reminder that even interactions we might think of as dramatic are just another form of slow, graceful dance in the cosmos. Let us widen our view again to the cosmic web. At the largest scales, the universe is not a random scatter of galaxies. It is a structured, beautiful web. Vast filaments of dark matter and galaxies stretch across the emptiness, connected in a network with great voids between them. This web is the result of the gentlest of processes, the growth over billions of years of tiny quantum fluctuations from the Big Bang. Those microscopic ripples through the patient, relentless pull of gravity amplified themselves into the grand architecture we see today. The web is not static, it evolves, but its evolution is the slowest of slow motions. Galaxies flow along the filaments like gentle beads on a string, moving toward the great clusters at the intersections. This flow is called galactic drift, and it happens at speeds that, while vast in human terms, are snail-like on the cosmic stage. The great voids, meanwhile, are expanding, growing emptier and quieter as the web pulls matter toward the filaments. These voids are the true deserts of space, volumes hundreds of millions of light-years across, containing almost nothing. They are the deepest expressions of cosmic quiet. To be in a void would be to see a sky almost devoid of galaxies, a profound, uniform black in every direction. It is the ultimate peace of absence. The cosmic web, with its vibrant filaments and its silent voids, is like the universe's breath held in a pattern, a long, slow inhale of matter into the threads, and a gentle exhale of emptiness into the voids. It is a rhythm
of structure and space playing out over the lifetime of the cosmos. Within this web, dark matter and dark energy play their quiet, dominant roles. We cannot see them, but we feel their gentle effects. Dark matter is the unseen scaffold. Its gravity, a soft, pervasive pull, holds galaxies and clusters together. Without it, stars would fly off into the void. It is the silent, steady hand that maintains cosmic order. It does not interact with light. It does not crash into itself. It simply is, a diffuse, gentle halo around everything, providing the gravitational glue for the universe's structures. Dark energy is even more subtle. It is the energy of empty space itself, causing the expansion of the universe to gently accelerate. It is not an explosive force. It is a constant, tiny pressure inherent in the vacuum, a soft push that over billions of years stretches the very fabric of space-time. It is the reason the cosmic voids are growing emptier, the reason distant galaxies are slowly fading from our view. Dark energy is the universe's long, slow exhale. Together, dark matter and dark energy are the quiet conductors of the cosmic symphony. One holds the matter together in gentle clumps. The other slowly pulls the stage itself apart. And we, and all the stars, exist in the peaceful balance between these two soft, invisible influences. Now, bring your awareness back to our own place, our own star. The sun's light does not simply arrive and stop. It is absorbed, reflected, and re-radiated by our planet in a gentle thermodynamic dance. Earth's albedo, its reflectivity, means some sunlight is bounced back into space by clouds, ice, and oceans. This is a peaceful exchange. Our planet, a pale blue dot, glowing softly in the sun's light and reflecting a little of that light back as a silent signal to any distant observer. The famous pale blue dot photograph from Voyager 1 shows our world as a tiny, soft speck of light suspended in a sunbeam. From that distance, all our noise, our drama, our history is invisible. There is only a mote of dust lit by a caring star. It is the most peaceful portrait of our home imaginable. It reduces everything to its essence, a world bathing in starlight, floating in the quiet dark. That image is a meditation. It tells us that from even a little way away, our planet is a serene, beautiful, and fragile oasis of calm, a place where the furious activity of biology and humanity is contained within a gentle, glowing point of reflected starlight. And as the Earth turns, the stars appear to rise and set. This diurnal motion is a clock of profound peace. It is the result of our planet's steady, unchanging rotation, a rotation set in motion billions of years ago by the gentle collisions of planetesimals. That spin has been slowing ever so gradually by the gentle tug of the moon's gravity. The days are getting longer, but by such a tiny amount, about 1 second every 50,000 years. It is a slowing so gradual, it is the definition of patience. The moon, in turn, is slowly drifting away from us at about the speed your fingernails grow. These are the rhythms of our celestial neighborhood. Slow, gentle, predictable changes. The clockwork of the Earth-Moon system is winding down with infinite slowness. There is no urgency. The moon will be a distant companion for billions of years to come, its gentle pull still stirring our oceans in slow, peaceful tides. This gradual drift is a lullaby in motion, a cosmic separation happening with such slowness that it is less a goodbye and more a long, soft sigh. As you lie there, you are under this slow turning sky. The constellations are sliding westward with a motion so smooth you cannot perceive it. But if you could watch for an hour, you would see it. It is the Earth, carrying you on its shoulder, turning you gently away from the sun's light into the star-dusted night, and then back again toward the dawn. You are on a carousel, but one that completes a single rotation only once per day. It is a ride of supreme gentleness. You feel no motion, only the changing tableau of light and dark. This is because you are in perfect free fall around the sun and in uniform rotation on Earth's axis. You are in a very real sense motionless within these grand motions. Physics holds you in a state of perceived stillness even as you hurtle through space at thousands of miles per hour. This is the universe's gift, the feeling of rest even amid incredible movement. It is a sensory illusion born of perfect physical harmony. So trust that feeling of rest. It is not an illusion of weakness, but an illusion of perfect, peaceful integration. You are moving with the cosmos, not against it. There is no friction, no resistance, only a synchronized, silent dance. Let us think about the color of the night sky itself. Why is it black? This is Olber's paradox. In an infinite static universe, every line of sight should eventually end on the surface of a star, and the sky should be as bright as the surface of the sun. But it is not. The sky is black and softly sprinkled with stars. The resolution to this paradox is deeply soothing. The universe is not infinite in age. It had a beginning. And because it is expanding, the light from the most distant galaxies is redshifted into invisibility, and some light hasn't had time to reach us. So the darkness between the stars is not a wall. It is a testimony to the finite age of the cosmos, and to its gentle, ongoing expansion. That blackness is the color of cosmic youth and of quiet growth. It is space waiting for more light to arrive. It is a canvas with room for more gentle points of light. The darkness is active, not passive. It is stretching, making room. So the soft black of the night sky is a positive presence. It is the universe breathing, expanding, creating more quiet between the luminous islands. It is a peaceful, growing dark. Within this dark, we have placed our own gentle lights. The International Space Station, a silent, bright speck gliding across the twilight or pre-dawn sky. It moves with a smooth, swift grace, but from the ground, its motion is serene. It catches the sunlight while the ground is in darkness, so it appears as a moving star, a peaceful traveler. It is a symbol of human cooperation, a quiet habitat where astronauts live and work, looking down at the Earth and out at the stars. They experience 16 sunrises and sunsets every day, a gentle, rapid cycling of light and dark that must feel like a slow, beautiful pulse. From their windows, the Earth is a vast, swirling marble of blue and white, and the stars are steady and undimmed by atmosphere. They have seen the true quiet of the cosmos, not as emptiness, but as a deep, serene presence. The ISS is a tiny, warm lantern in that vastness, a testament to our gentle, curious presence in the cosmic ocean. It does not disturb the peace, it is a part of it, orbiting in silent, harmonious freefall. And as we send our machines and our people into this quiet, we also send our messages. The Arecibo message, the golden records on Voyager, the gentle mathematical haikus we beam toward stars.
These are not shouts into the void. They are whispers, hopeful, peaceful whispers. They are like placing a note in a bottle and casting it into a calm, endless sea, not knowing if it will ever be found, but content in the act of sending it. This communication is slow. A message to a nearby star would take years to arrive and years for a reply to come back. It is communication that requires the patience of generations. It forces a long-term, peaceful perspective. It is an exercise in hope without immediate gratification, a testament to our species' ability to think in timescales longer than our own lives. It is a gentle, optimistic reach, mirroring the gentle, patient reach of starlight. Now, let all these concepts, the neutron stars, the black holes, the cosmic web, the pale blue dot, the turning earth, the expanding dark,
let them all soften into a single unified feeling. The feeling is one of being embedded. You're embedded in a universe that operates on principles of sublime order, gentle motion, and deep, deep time. Every atom in your body has been part of this dance for over 13 billion years. For most of that time, those atoms were in clouds of gas, in stars, in stellar explosions, in planets. Now, for this brief, precious moment, they have come together to form a being that can look up and appreciate the beauty of it all, that can feel the peace. You are the universe, quietly contemplating itself. There is no separation. The peace you seek in sleep is the same peace that holds the galaxies in their slow spin, the same peace that cools the white dwarfs, the same peace that stretches the voids. It is all one peace. So as sleep draws nearer, feel that unity. Your slowing breath is the solar wind calming. Your settling body is a star reaching hydrostatic equilibrium. Your fading thoughts are the gentle redshift of mental light, stretching into longer, slower, more peaceful wavelengths. You are not going away from the universe. You are settling more deeply into its fundamental state, the state of rest. Allow every muscle, every nerve to follow this example, to find its own perfect, peaceful equilibrium. There is no need to hold on to wakefulness. It is as natural to release it as it is for a star to release its light. It is simply what happens next in your own personal cycle. You have been a wonderful companion on this journey through the relaxing facts of stars. At Dream State Discoveries, we are honored to have been your guide. If you wish to visit other serene landscapes, the deep ocean, the ancient forests, the quiet deserts of Mars, you know where to find us. Simply subscribe and let our words be a gentle lighthouse guiding you to rest on other nights. But tonight, our journey is complete. The stars have told their slow stories. The facts have woven themselves into a soft blanket of understanding. Now there are no more facts, only sensation. The sensation of the pillow beneath your head, the sensation of the covers over you, the sensation of your breath moving in and out in its own slow rhythm. Let the voice become just a sound. Let the words lose their meaning. Let everything become a gentle hum, like the residual radiation from the Big Bang, a cosmic background noise of pure, peaceful existence. You are safe. You are held. You are home on a planet orbiting a star, in a galaxy, in a universe that knows how to be quiet and knows how to shine and knows how to rest. Now let go of the listening. Let go of the stars. Let go of everything and simply be in the quiet dark. Sleep well and good night.
Now, let us turn our gaze inward from the grand architecture of the cosmos to the intimate, gentle processes within the very heart of a star. For within that searing core, there is a ballet of such exquisite slowness and precision, it makes the most serene earthly ritual seem frantic by comparison. This is the proton-proton chain, the primary fusion process in a star like our Sun. Imagine two protons, the nuclei of hydrogen atoms, moving in the unimaginable density and heat of the solar core. They are positively charged, and so they repel each other. But the pressure is so immense and their thermal motion so great that occasionally, against all odds, they come close enough for the quantum mechanical phenomenon called quantum tunneling to occur. They tunnel through the electrostatic barrier that separates them. It is not a collision of force, but a gentle probabilistic merging, a whisper of possibility made real. When they fuse, they form a deuterium nucleus, releasing a positron and a neutrino. This first step alone can take, on average, billions of years for any given proton in the Sun's core. A single fusion event is the result of patience beyond our comprehension. It is a waiting game played on a subatomic scale across a vast population of particles. This slow, gentle trickle of events, happening countless times every second, is what powers our Sun. It is not a raging inferno, but a quiet, persistent sparking, like the gentle collective glow of countless fireflies in a darkened forest, each flashing on a timescale of eons, but together creating a steady light. The neutrinos released in this process are perhaps the most serene travelers in the universe. They are ghost particles with almost no mass and no charge. They interact with matter so rarely that they can pass through light years of lead without a touch. The moment a neutrino is born in the solar core, it begins a journey outward. It does not bounce or scatter like a photon of light. It moves in an essentially straight line at nearly the speed of light, passing through the dense plasma of the Sun as if it were empty space. Just 8 minutes after its creation, it passes through the Sun's photosphere and into the void. And roughly 8 minutes after that, it passes through the Earth and through you. Right now, as you rest, trillions of solar neutrinos are passing through your body every second, a gentle cosmic rain that you cannot feel, see, or detect. They are silent messengers from the heart of our star, carrying news of the gentle fusion fires within, arriving almost instantly, uninterrupted and pure. While the photons of light take thousands of years to random walk their way out from the core, the neutrinos fly straight out, a direct, quiet signal. They are the universe's most efficient and peaceful communicators, streaming through everything, connecting you directly to the solar core with a whisper that leaves no trace. Let us follow the photon's journey by contrast. A gamma-ray photon born in the core begins a long, slow, meandering walk to the surface. It is absorbed and re-emitted by atoms over and over again, its path a random walk through the dense plasma. This journey from core to photosphere can take anywhere from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of years. It is a story of immense patience. A single packet of energy, the very energy that will one day warm your skin or light a leaf, spends an epoch wandering in the sun's interior. It is in no hurry. It bounces, is captured, is released, changes directions countless times. It is a prisoner of the sun's material, yet it is also being nurtured, its energy being shared and thermalized, transforming from a high-energy gamma ray into the softer, visible light we know. By the time it finally reaches the surface and leaps into space, it is part of a smooth, continuous flow, its individual history erased into the collective glow. That sunlight on your face is the end product of a journey that began when early humans first walked the earth, or perhaps even earlier. It has waited its turn through hundreds of centuries of cosmic time to finally be free, to travel those 8 minutes and to grace your present moment. There is a profound humility in this. The light we take for granted is an ancient pilgrim, finally reaching its destination after a patient, chaotic odyssey. Now, consider the sun's surface, the photosphere. It appears as a smooth, bright disk, but up close it is a tapestry of gentle cells, granulation. Each granule is the top of a convection cell, a region where hot plasma rises from below, spreads out, cools, and sinks back down along dark lanes. Each granule is about the size of a continent on Earth, and each lasts for only about 10 minutes. This gives the sun's surface a soft, bubbling texture, like oatmeal gently simmering. But the scale is vast, and the motion, while rapid by solar standards, is still a slow, fluid churning. There is no sound up there, only this silent, constant, rolling boil. It is the sun breathing thermally, releasing its heat in these slow, cellular sighs. Viewed over time, the surface is a serene, dynamic mosaic, constantly renewing itself in a pattern of peaceful circulation. This is the face of our star, not a static, fiery wall, but a living, breathing membrane of plasma, engaged in a gentle, eternal simmer. Above the photosphere lies the chromosphere, a layer of transparent, red-hued gas, and above that, the corona, the sun's outer atmosphere. The corona is a place of serene paradox. It is wispy, faint, and incredibly hot, millions of degrees, far hotter than the surface below. How this gentle, tenuous atmosphere is heated so fiercely is one of the quiet mysteries of solar physics. It is likely due to the gentle damping of magnetic waves or the slow reconnection of magnetic field lines, a process called nanoflares. Not giant explosions, but countless tiny, quiet releases of energy. The corona is the sun's soft, ethereal halo, visible only during a total eclipse as a pearly, delicate lace of light surrounding the black disk of the moon. It streams outward softly, becoming the solar wind. To stand in the corona would be to be surrounded by an immensely hot but incredibly thin gas, a gentle, weightless heat. It is the star's final soft farewell to its own substance, letting it go in a whisper to fill the solar system. The sun's magnetic field is the invisible architect of much of this serene activity.
It is generated by the slow differential rotation of the sun's plasma, a process called the solar dynamo. The field lines are like gentle threads woven through the solar material. They emerge in loops, creating sunspots where they suppress convection, and they arch high into the corona, shaping the plasma into beautiful silent structures called prominences. Prominences are vast curtains of cooler plasma, suspended in the corona by magnetic forces. They can hang serene and stable for weeks or even months, tracing graceful arcs against the black of space. They are like frozen flames or gentle bridges of glowing gas, holding a pose of perfect magnetic balance. Occasionally, they may erupt, but even then, the material often follows the magnetic field lines in a slow, graceful liftoff, a celestial ballet of incandescent plasma. The sun's magnetic life is one of slow winding,
Gentle tension and soft release, a rhythmic, invisible pulse that governs the star's visible moods. All of this activity, the quiet fusion, the wandering photons, the simmering granules, the magnetic ballet, culminates in the steady output of sunshine. The solar constant, the amount of energy received at Earth, is remarkably stable. It varies by only about 0.1% over the solar cycle. This steadiness is the bedrock of our climate and our biosphere. It is a promise written in physics. The sun is a reliable provider. Its light is not a flickering candle, but a steadfast lamp. This constancy allows for the slow, patient processes of Earth, the growth of forests over centuries, the carving of canyons by rivers over millennia, the evolution of species over eons. The sun's unwavering light is the metronome for all life on Earth, a gentle, rhythmic pulse that says, "You have time. There is no need to rush." In a world that often feels hurried, the sun is a silent reminder of a pace measured in geological epochs, not in seconds. Now, let your mind drift from our sun to the idea of a universe filled with such stars. Each one, a point of light in our sky, has its own internal world of serene complexity. Each has its own core, where quantum tunneling creates helium from hydrogen. Each has its own photosphere, simmering with granules. Each has its own magnetic personality. And yet, from here, they are all just points, gentle, twinkling points. This is a lesson in perspective. The most intricate, vast, and dynamic processes are reduced by distance to a soft, steady glow. All our own complexities, our internal churnings and fusions of thought and emotion, are, from a great enough distance, perhaps just a gentle, quiet light, a simple presence. There is peace in that reduction. The universe simplifies everything with space. It turns fusion fires into distant, friendly sparks. It turns grandeur into points of serene beauty. And within the light of each star is embedded its entire history. The absorption lines in its spectrum tell of its birth cloud, its composition, its age, its temperature. It is a barcode of identity written in missing colors. Astronomers read these barcodes with patient care, unraveling stellar biographies from subtle gaps in rainbows. It is a peaceful science, spectroscopy. It involves collecting light, spreading it out, and looking for the quiet absences. The stories are told not by what is shouted, but by what is silently withheld.
It is the universe communicating in a gentle code of shadows. Each star's light is a quiet autobiography waiting for a patient reader. Some stars are variables. They change in brightness, but many do so with a rhythmic, predictable pulse. Cepheid variables, for instance, swell and shrink with periods of days or weeks. Their brightness rises and falls like a gentle, cosmic breath. This pulsation is not a sign of distress, but a stable, oscillating phase of their evolution. They are stars breathing deeply and slowly. The period of their pulse is directly tied to their intrinsic brightness, making them cosmic standard candles, gentle lighthouses whose known rhythm allows us to measure vast distances across space. Their variability is a tool for cosmic cartography, a slow blink that helps us map the quiet expanses. Even their change is a form of constancy, a reliable in and out that serves a greater purpose of illumination and measurement. Consider also the gentle death of low-mass stars, the red dwarfs. They are so frugal with their fuel that they will never evolve into red giants or create planetary nebulae. They will simply burn their hydrogen slowly, steadily, for trillions of years, and then, as the universe grows old and cold, they will dim almost imperceptibly into a state of quiet, helium-rich embers. There will be no dramatic shedding, just a slow, slow fading, like a dimmer switch being turned down over an eon. Their end is the most peaceful of all, a gradual dissolution of light into the deepening cosmic dark, a sigh so extended it has no discernible end. They are the last sentinels of the stellar era, keeping a soft watch over the cooling cosmos. In the far, far future, the universe will be a darker place, but it will not be devoid of gentle events. Brown dwarfs, failed stars too small to ignite sustained fusion, will continue to glow with a faint, residual heat from their gravitational contraction. They are the warm cinders of star formation, radiating a soft infrared light. Collisions between these brown dwarfs, or between white dwarfs in the crowded cores of globulate clusters, will be rare, silent events, happening over quadrillions of years. They may trigger faint new flashes of light, quiet rebirths in the ancient dark. The galaxy will continue its slow, stately rotation, but its motion will be like that of a great, sleepy wheel turning in a sea of cold, black water. The process of stellar evolution will have wound down, and what remains will be the quiet physics of decay and occasional, gentle collision. It will be a universe of rest, punctuated by the rarest, softest of events. But that future is almost infinitely far away. For now, we live in the stellar spring. The universe is rich with active, shining stars. Nebulae glow with the light of newborns. Clusters hold families together. The main sequence is populated with stars in the prime of their long lives. It is a vibrant, yet deeply peaceful era. We are fortunate to live in a time when we can see the stars in their multitudes, when we can study their lives and understand our connection to them. Our epoch is one of cosmic activity, but it is activity on a scale that inherently promotes a sense of peace. For all its supernovae and flares, the universe's default mode, the experience of almost any given point in space over almost any given million-year period, is one of profound quiet and darkness, punctuated by the steady, distant glow of patient suns. So as you lie here, you are positioned perfectly in space and time to appreciate this serenity. You are on a planet that is neither too hot nor too cold, orbiting a star that is neither too large nor too small, in a galaxy that is rich with stellar life, in a universe that is still young enough to be bright, but old enough to be ordered and calm. You are in the sweet spot for cosmic peace. Let this knowledge settle into you, not as a list of facts, but as a feeling in your bones, a feeling of being cradled in a benevolent, slow-moving, luminous reality. Your body, heavy on the bed, is a testament to gravity, the same gentle force that shapes stars and galaxies. Your breath is a testament to the atmosphere created and maintained by a stable star. Your consciousness, drifting now, is a testament to the complex chemistry that stellar processes made possible. You are a gathering of stardust, momentarily awake, and now returning to a state of rest that mirrors the rest of the cosmos itself. The sleep you're approaching is not a small thing. It is part of the great universal rhythm of activity and quiet, fusion and ash, light and dark. Allow your mind to release its hold on the specific images, the granules, the neutrinos, the spectral lines. Let them blend back into the unified glow of stellar understanding. There is no need to hold on. The stars themselves do not hold on. They simply are. They fuse, they shine, they drift, they cool. They are models of acceptance, of following their natural, peaceful path. So you too can follow your natural path now, the path toward deep, restorative sleep. It is the most natural process in the world, because you are of the world, and the world is of the stars. Feel the weariness.
You are doing exactly what you are meant to do in this moment. You are aligning with the cosmic preference for equilibrium, for quiet, for rest. We are nearing the end of our spoken journey. Thank you for allowing Dream State Discoveries to be your companion in this exploration of stellar serenity. If you wish to carry this feeling of peaceful connection into your waking hours, we invite you to join our community by subscribing. But that is a thought for another day, a day that will be lit by the same patient sun. For now, let even the invitation fade. Let the voice become a distant rhythmic sound, like the pulse of a far-off Cepheid variable, marking time in the dark. There is nothing more to understand, only to experience. The experience of being a conscious piece of a peaceful universe, letting go into its embrace. Let your eyelids be heavy curtains closing on the day's light. Let your breath be the soft solar wind of your own personal star. Let your heart beat the slow, steady rhythm of a main sequence sun, reliable and calm. You are safe. You are part of everything, and everything is at peace. Now, drift beyond words, into the quiet, into the dark, into the deep star-filled rest that has been waiting for you all along. Sleep well, and good night. Now, let us drift even deeper, beyond the familiar processes of sun-like stars, into the realm of the exotic and the faint, where the universe expresses its quietest, most subtle forms. Consider, for a moment, the concept of cosmic dust, not the dust of our homes, but fine, microscopic grains of carbon and silicate, smaller than a wavelength of light,
born in the cool atmospheres of aging stars and scattered by their gentle winds into the interstellar medium. These particles are not obstacles, but soft veils. They dim and redden starlight, not by blocking it violently, but by scattering the blue light away, allowing only the longer, redder wavelengths to pass through. This interstellar reddening is a gentle filtering, like looking at a sunset through a thin, smoky haze. The dust itself, in the absolute cold and quiet of deep space, can become a site of quiet chemistry. On their surfaces, atoms meet and form molecules, including water and organic compounds. These dust grains are the universe's quiet workshops where the raw elements are gently assembled into more complex forms. And when these grains are near a star, they can organize into vast, serene disks, protoplanetary disks, the birthplaces of solar systems. Seen from a distance, these disks are like soft, luminous pancakes of dust and gas, slowly rotating, their material destined to coalesce into planets over millions of years. They are cosmic cradles, places of patient, gentle accumulation. Within these disks, a process called pebble accretion takes place. Small dust grains, through static forces, gently stick together. They form pebbles, then rocks, then planetesimals. There are no violent crashes in the early stages, only soft, incremental mergers, like snowflakes forming a snowball in still air. The gravity of these growing bodies is gentle, just enough to attract nearby material in a slow, serene rain. The formation of a planet is not a cataclysm. It is a slow, persistent gathering, a coming together that takes tens of millions of years. Imagine a world like Earth, assembled grain by grain in the quiet dark of a circumstellar disk, lit only by the faint, diffuse glow of its central infant star. Its birth was a whisper, not a shout. And some of these worlds, once formed, become quiet oases. A planet with a thick atmosphere might experience a perpetual soft twilight, its star a dim orb in a permanently hazy, peach-colored sky. The light would be diffuse, directionless, gentle on the eyes. There would be no sharp shadows, only a uniform, soothing glow. The weather on such a world might be slow, vast patterns of cloud moving in languid currents, rains that fall as a perpetual, misty drizzle. It would be a world of soft edges and muted sounds, a planet designed for contemplation. Such places almost certainly exist in our galaxy, orbiting quiet red dwarf stars, their surfaces or skies a study in serene, monochromatic beauty. Even in our own solar system, we find these quiet places. Consider Titan, Saturn's largest moon. Enveloped in a thick orange haze, its surface is veiled in soft mystery. It has rivers and lakes, not of water, but of liquid methane and ethane, flowing with a slow, syrupy pace under a low gravity pull. The rain that falls there is not a torrent, but a gentle, slow descent of hydrocarbon droplets. The landscape is one of soft dunes and possible cryovolcanoes that ooze a cold, slushy water ice lava. It is a world in deep freeze, yet geologically and meteorologically active in a slow, gentle, almost dreamlike way. The silence on Titan would be profound, broken only by the soft patter of methane rain on a frozen plain. It is a testament to the universe's ability to create serene, alien environments where the rules are different, but the pace is just as patient. Or look at the outer solar system, to the Kuiper belt and the Oort cloud. These are realms of profound stillness and cold. Here, millions of icy bodies, remnants from the solar system's formation, orbit in a slow, silent ballet. Pluto is a king of this quiet realm. Its surface is a tapestry of frozen nitrogen, methane, and water ice, with mountains of rock-hard water ice towering over plains that flow over millennia like glaciers. The sunlight there is over 1,000 times dimmer than on Earth, a bright star in a perpetually black sky. A day on Pluto is soft, twilight-lit, and lasts for 6 Earth days. The pace of change is glacial in the truest sense. It is a world of slow, frozen geology, where an avalanche might take centuries to settle, and where the thin atmosphere freezes and falls as snow over orbits that last 248 years. It is the very definition of a quiet, distant outpost, a serene sentinel on the frontier of our sun's gentle influence. The Oort cloud, even farther out, is a sphere of icy planetesimals so distant that the sun is just a particularly bright star among many. The objects here are so isolated that they may only be occasionally nudged by the gentle gravitational pull of a passing star, sending one on a million-year journey inward to become a comet. But for most of their existence, they are in a state of near-perfect rest, orbiting at speeds so slow their motion is almost imperceptible. They are the solar system's deepest reserves of quiet and cold, a cloud of frozen memories from the dawn of our planetary system, sleeping in the dark. Turn your attention now to the galaxies themselves and to the quiet spaces between their stars, the galactic halos. These are vast, spherical regions surrounding spiral galaxies like our own, containing sparse populations of old stars, globular clusters, and dark matter. The density of stars here is so low that if you were on a planet in the galactic halo, the night sky would be sparsely populated by stars, and the Milky Way's disk would appear as a distant, misty spiral of light, a soft smudge across the heavens. The quiet there would be absolute, the isolation profound. It is a frontier of solitude, a place where a civilization could develop in uninterrupted peace, gazing upon the magnificent, silent pinwheel of their galaxy from a serene outside vantage point. Life in the halo would unfold under a sky of deep, velvety black, punctuated by the soft, ancient light of long-lived stars and the distant, swirling galaxy. It is a cosmic countryside, far from the bustling stellar cities of the spiral arms. And within galaxies, there are also the gentle movements of stars themselves, responding to the overall gravitational field. This is called galactic kinematics. Stars oscillate gently up and down through the plane of the galactic disk, like buoys bobbing on a slow cosmic ocean. Our own sun completes a vertical oscillation about 60 million years. It is a gentle roller coaster motion that takes us slightly above and then below the crowded plane of the Milky Way as deep sleep. It is a miniature cosmos of signaling. As you drift toward sleep, these processes slow. Your metabolism lowers. Your brain waves transition from the busy beta waves of waking thought to the calmer alpha waves of relaxation, and then to the slow rolling theta and delta waves of deep sleep. This is your personal red shift. Your internal universe is cooling, expanding into a state of rest. The thoughts that once blazed like hot young stars now cool and drift apart like galaxies receding each other in an expanding mind. The transition to sleep is a mirror of cosmic evolution from
a hot, dense, active state to a cool, diffuse, and peaceful one. You are not separate from these cosmic rhythms. You are an expression of them. The need for sleep is not a flaw. It is an alignment with the universal preference for cycles, for periods of activity followed by periods of restoration. The stars have their main sequence and their quiet white dwarf phase. The universe had its hot, dense beginning and is heading toward a cold, thin end. You have your day and your night. It is all the same pattern, played out on different scales and with different actors. The peace you seek in sleep is the same peace that holds the cosmos in balance. So, as you lie there, feel this alignment. Feel your body's systems winding down to match the slow, patient pace of the cosmic facts we've explored. Your breath is the solar wind. Your heartbeat is the pulse of a variable star. Your cooling body temperature is the cooling of a white dwarf. Your fading consciousness is the red shifting of light from a distant galaxy. You are not falling asleep in a room. You are participating in a universal process of quieting. Allow every cell in your body to understand this, to know that its rest is not idleness, but a necessary phase in a beautiful cosmic cycle. There is no guilt in this surrender. It is as natural and as noble as a star shining its light for billions of years and then gently fading. You have shone your light today. Now it is time to gently fade, to recharge, to cool, to rest. We are drawing this long, gentle narrative to its soft conclusion. At Dream State Discoveries, we are deeply grateful to have shared this journey through the most relaxing facts about stars with you. Our hope is that these concepts become not just knowledge, but a felt sense of peace that you can return to whenever the world feels too fast, too loud, or too sharp. If you wish to explore other landscapes of wonder at this serene pace, your subscription would be a quiet welcome. But now, for tonight, let even that thought go. Let the purpose of listening fade. Let the voice become a distant, rhythmic element in the dark, like the steady, predictable pulse of a lighthouse on a faraway shore, or the metronomic tick of a pulsar in a distant arm of the galaxy. There is nothing more to do, no more facts to integrate, no more images to hold. Simply allow the feeling of vast, gentle, timeless peace to be the last thing you are aware of. Feel the weight of the blankets as the gentle, constant pull of gravity. Feel the stillness of the air as the quiet of the interstellar medium. Feel the dark behind your eyelids as the deep, nurturing dark of space itself, full of potential and rest. You are exactly where you should be, doing exactly what you should be doing. Now let the last thread of wakefulness release. It has served its purpose. It has carried you on this journey. Now it can rest. Drift now into the quiet that existed before the first star ignited, into the peace that will exist after the last star fades, into the deep, eternal now of rest
that is always here, beneath everything. Sleep well and good night.
Let us now contemplate the stars, not as isolated points, but as part of a grand, silent flow, the river of time itself. For starlight is a time traveler, and every glance upward is a look into layers of history. Consider the concept of look-back time. The farther an object is from us, the longer its light has been journeying to reach our eyes. This creates a cosmic tableau where distance and time are woven together. That star you see might be 100 years in the past. That fuzzy spiral galaxy might be an image from when dinosaurs roamed the Earth. The most distant galaxies captured by our most powerful telescopes are seen as they were over 13 billion years ago in their fiery infancy. The night sky is therefore not a flat picture, but a deep, multi-layered sculpture of different epochs, all presented at once. The present moment, for the cosmos, is an illusion. We exist in a permanent then. This can dissolve the anxiety of the present. Your current worries are but a fleeting note in a symphony whose movements span billions of years. The universe is in no hurry to be in a single now. It exists comfortably spread out across its own history, with every moment of its past still traveling, still visible if you only have a large enough telescope to catch the faint whisper. To sleep under such a sky is to rest within deep time, to feel your own brief moment held and cushioned by layers of ancient light. Within this deep time, stars have life cycles that read like slow, epic poetry. A massive star lives a brilliant but short life of a few million years. But even short is a relative term. 1,000,000 years is 100,000 centuries. In that time, continents on Earth drift only a few dozen miles. The star's entire dramatic existence, from birth to supernova, is a leisurely process on a planetary geological scale. For a star like our Sun, its lifetime is so long that it encompasses the entire history of complex life on our planet, from the first multicellular organisms to the present day and far into the future. A star's life is a story told in chapters that are longer than entire biological epochs. This stretches our sense of story. There is no climax rushed to. The plot unfolds with the patience of continental drift. The hero is not in a hurry. The villain, gravity, is a constant, gentle pressure, not a sudden attack. To fall asleep thinking of stellar lifetimes is to allow your own story to slow down, to feel that there is all the time in the world for resolution, for growth, for quiet change. And what of the elements forged in stars? This is the most intimate connection of all. The calcium in your bones, the iron in your blood, the oxygen you breathe, these were not made in the Big Bang. They were forged in the nuclear furnaces of stars that lived and died before our sun was born. Specifically, elements like carbon and oxygen are created in the quiet helium-burning phase of mid-sized stars. Iron is forged in the cores of massive stars just before they go supernova. Even heavier elements like gold and uranium are likely created in the incredibly violent but brief mergers of neutron stars, events that are rare but scatter their precious dust across galaxies. You are literally made of stardust. This is not a metaphor, but a chemical fact. Every atom in your body, except for the primordial hydrogen, has been processed through at least one star. You are a way for the universe to know itself, a temporary assemblage of ancient, recycled star stuff that has gathered into a form that can look back up at the sky and wonder. This thought brings a profound peace. You are not a stranger in the universe. You are of it.
Your substance has known the interior of stars, has ridden shock waves across space, has drifted in cold molecular clouds for eons. It has now come together to form you, resting here. The atoms themselves are old, patient travelers. They are not anxious. They have seen the birth and death of suns. They can afford to rest within you tonight. Feel the ancient quiet within your own cells. They carry the deep memory of stellar peace. The galaxy, too, has a memory. It is written in the different populations of stars. Population 2 stars are ancient, metal-poor stars that formed early in the galaxy's history. They are found in the halo and the bulge, and they burn with a steady, quiet light that has witnessed the Milky Way's violent youth, its mergers and acquisitions. Population 1 stars, like our Sun, are richer in metals, forged from the ashes of those earlier generations. They live in the ordered spiral arms. The galaxy's history is stratified. By reading the composition and motion of stars, astronomers can gently peel back the layers of time, like reading the rings of a cosmic tree. The galaxy is not just a place, it is a record, a serene, spinning archive written in starlight and elemental abundance. Our Sun is a sentence in that story, a note in that galactic song. And we, living on a planet around that sun, are a subtle inflection in that note. Our existence is a quiet footnote in a grand galactic narrative that is still being written at the pace of a few new stars per year in the entire vast Milky Way. The writing is slow, deliberate, and peaceful. Now, let us consider the quietest interaction of all, gravity. It is the great organizer, the silent choreographer. It works across empty space, requiring no medium, emitting no signal. It is simply the curvature of space-time, a gentle invitation to move along a certain path. Planets accept the invitation and orbit. Stars accept it and cluster. Galaxies accept it and dance in groups. There is no struggle in a stable orbit. It is a state of free fall, a perpetual, peaceful falling that never lands. The Earth is constantly falling toward the Sun, but its sideways motion means it keeps missing, tracing a circle in space. This is a state of perfect dynamic balance. To be in orbit is to be in a kind of serene, eternal surrender to a curve. Astronauts on the space station experience this as weightlessness, not a lack of gravity, but a perfect equilibrium between falling and forward motion. It is the physical manifestation of peace. No pressure, no pull, just a smooth, quiet glide along the contours of space. As you sink into your bed, you can imagine yourself in such a gentle, gravitational embrace. The bed supports you, yes, but you are also in a kind of orbit around the center of the Earth, held in the soft, constant grip of a force that asks nothing but that you follow your path. It is a surrender that leads to no crash, but to perpetual, peaceful motion. Light, too, interacts with matter in gentle ways besides simple reflection. There is fluorescence and phosphorescence. In certain nebulae, ultraviolet light from hot stars strikes atoms of hydrogen or oxygen, exciting them. Later, those atoms release that energy as visible light, a soft, glowing transformation. The famous red glow of many emission nebulae is this peaceful fluorescence on a cosmic scale. It is starlight being absorbed and re-emitted in a calmer, quieter color. It is a cosmic translation from high energy to low energy, from invisible to visible, like a shout being turned into a song. This process is slow and probabilistic, an atom waiting quietly in an excited state before releasing its photon. It is a delayed whisper, adding to the soft, diffuse light of the nebula. These glowing clouds are not on fire, they are gently illuminated, like a vast cosmic lampshade. Even the destruction of stars can feed this beautiful gentleness. The Crab Nebula, the remnant of a supernova observed in 1054, is not a site of chaos. Today, nearly 1,000 years later, it is an expanding cloud of filamentary gas, glowing with the soft light of fluorescence and synchrotron radiation from the pulsar at its heart. Its shape is intricate, lacy, delicate. It looks like a celestial watercolor, its colors pastel and diffuse. The violence is long past. What remains is a slowly dissipating cloud of enriched gas, a memorial in light and dust, a quiet testament to a star's explosive end that has now settled into a serene, expanding sculpture. Time has softened the event into a thing of peaceful beauty. Let your mind drift
To the idea of a universe with different laws. What if gravity were stronger? Stars would burn faster, hotter, and die younger. The cosmos would be a frantic display of short-lived sparks. What if the nuclear force were weaker? Hydrogen might never fuse, and stars would never ignite. The universe would be a dark, cool soup of gas. The fact that our universe has the constants it does means it is tuned for long-lived, stable stars, for suns that can nurture planets and allow for the slow, patient development of complexity. This fine-tuning is often discussed in grand terms, but on a personal level, it means the universe is inherently hospitable to peace. Its rules are set to a tempo of andante, not presto. The music of the spheres is a slow, majestic adagio. You are living in a universe whose very laws promote stability, longevity, and quiet. The peace you feel when looking at the stars is not an accident. It is a reflection of the serene physical parameters that allow those stars to exist in the first place. Now imagine the perspective from a planet orbiting a star in a globular cluster. The night sky would be ablaze with points of light, hundreds of stars as bright as Venus, some as bright as the full moon. The concept of true darkness would be unknown. The sky would be a soft, continuous glow of neighboring suns, casting gentle, multiple shadows. It would be a world of eternal, starry twilight. The silence would be profound, but the visual field would be one of overwhelming, gentle company. To sleep under such a sky would be to feel nestled in a dense, stellar community, safe in the glow of countless ancient, quiet neighbors. There would be no need for a moon. The collective starlight would be enough to see by. It is a vision of cosmic companionship, a reminder that solitude is a matter of perspective. From our lonely spiral arm, we see vast distances between stars. From the heart of a globular cluster, the universe appears as a cozy, star-filled neighborhood. Contrast this with the perspective from a rogue planet, a world flung from its star system to drift alone in the interstellar dark. Its sky would contain no sun, only the distant, unmoving stars of the galaxy. There would be no day, no night cycle, only permanent bitter cold and starlight. The sun would be just another star in the multitude, perhaps forgotten. On such a world, any potential life would exist in deep hibernation or around geothermal vents, utterly unaware of the celestial panorama above. It is the ultimate in quiet isolation. A planet like that is the cosmic equivalent of a deep meditator, turned entirely inward, having severed connection with its immediate family, existing in serene, cold independence within the greater whole. Both extremes, the dense cluster and the lonely rogue, represent different kinds of cosmic peace, one of community, one of solitude. Both are valid, both are serene. As you lie in your bed, You are in a perfect balance between these extremes. You have a single, caring sun. You have a moon for companionship. You have visible stars, but also darkness. You are in the sweet spot, connected but not crowded, solitary but not isolated. Your position is designed for peaceful contemplation. Now, let us consider the end of the stellar era again, but from a different angle. In the far, far future, proton decay may become a factor. This is a hypothetical, gentle process where the very protons that make up atoms slowly, over timelines measured in decillions of years, decay into lighter particles. If this occurs, even the cold, dead remnants of stars, white dwarfs and neutron stars, will eventually, ever so slowly, evaporate into radiation and leptons. It would be the gentlest of dissolutions. No explosion, just a slow, silent fading of matter itself into a faint, uniform mist of energy. The universe would become a thin, cold soup of photons and subatomic particles, expanding forever into darkness and quiet. This is the ultimate peace, the end of all structure, all differentiation, all struggle, a return to a uniform, serene, and featureless state. It is not a tragedy, but a completion, a story that has been told, its characters having played their parts, now resting forever. This final quiet is so far away, it is more a philosophical concept than a prediction, but it serves as a reminder that all things, even atoms, may have a restful end. Your own sleep is a tiny, nightly echo of this cosmic potential for final, peaceful dissolution of the day's structure. But that is an almost imaginary future. In the more accessible future, we have the gentle promise of the stars we see tonight. They will be there tomorrow night and the next. Their patterns will shift, but so slowly you will never notice in your lifetime. The North Star, Polaris, will gradually be replaced by other stars as the Earth's axis precesses over 26,000 years. But for you, for now, it is a constant, a fixed point in the turning sky, a celestial anchor. Such constants are deeply calming. In a world of change, the slow change of the heavens is a comfort because it is predictable, measurable, and serene. You can rely on the stars to be where you left them, shining with the same gentle light. They are faithful friends whose presence requires nothing of you but to look up and perhaps to rest. We are approaching the final stages of our journey together. Your breathing has likely slowed, your body has settled, your mind has stretched across light years and eons, and now it is time to contract, to settle into the singular, peaceful point of the present moment, the moment of sleep. Feel the journey settling within you, not as information, but as a mood of spaciousness, a mood of timelessness, a mood of gentle, interconnected peace. You are a gathering of ancient stardust, lying on a planet woven from the same materials, orbiting a star that is a middle-aged participant in a slow galactic dance, in a universe that is mostly quiet, expanding space. There is no problem to be solved in this picture, no conflict to be resolved, only existence in its most serene and beautiful form. Allow this mood to be the blanket that covers you, heavier than any comforter, woven from the fabric of space-time itself. It is the weight of peaceful reality holding you safe. At Dream State Discoveries, our sole purpose is to help you find this state of connected rest. If these words have been a bridge to that place for you, we are humbled. To continue receiving these gentle guides into rest, consider subscribing, but let that be a thought for a brighter waking hour. Now, it is time to release the guide. The path is beneath you. The destination is rest. Let the sound of the words become meaningless, like the sound of wind in distant pines or the murmur of a stream over stones. Let them become pure rhythm, a soothing frequency that lulls the mind into stillness. Feel the soft pressure of the pillow against your cheek. Feel the gentle rise and fall of your chest. Feel the slight comfortable weight of your limbs. These are your anchors in the physical world, even as your mind has been floating among the stars. Bring your awareness to them one by one and let them feel heavy, solid, and deeply relaxed. You have traveled through the life and death of stars, through the structure of galaxies, through the expansion of space, and through the quantum vacuum. You have seen the universe as a place of profound, inherent peace. Now bring all that vastness into this tiny, quiet point, your own body, resting here, in this room, in this moment. The universe is not out there, it is also in here, in the space between your atoms, in the slow fire of your metabolism, in the quiet electrical symphony of your sleeping brain. You are not going to sleep to escape the world. You are going to sleep to become more deeply a part of it, to integrate, to restore, to align once more with the great, slow, peaceful cycles that govern everything. So, with a feeling of homecoming, let go. Let go of listening. Let go of thinking. Let go of being guided. You are home. The cosmos is within you and around you, and it is time to rest. Allow the awareness to dissolve into the warm, welcoming dark, like a photon finally being absorbed after a long journey, its energy becoming part of a new, quiet form. Sleep well, and good night. Let us now turn to the most fundamental quiet of all, the space between. For the universe, in its essence, is not a collection of things, but a vast expanse of nothingness, gently punctuated by luminous matter. The average density of the observable universe is about 10 to the minus 30 grams per cubic centimeter. To grasp this, imagine taking all the matter in the earth, every mountain, every ocean, every living thing, and spreading it evenly across a volume 1 billion times larger than our entire solar system. The result would be a vacuum far more perfect than any we can create in our laboratories. This near nothingness is the default state of the cosmos. Emptiness is the rule. Stars and galaxies are the rare, beautiful exceptions. This is a profoundly calming fact. The universe is not crowded, it is not bustling, it is, for the most part, an immense and silent void. When you feel overwhelmed by clutter, noise, or the press of life, remember the true nature of the cosmos, a serene, almost empty expanse where particles are so rare they may travel for light years without encountering another. You are not in a crowded universe. You are in a quiet one, with islands of light separated by oceans of tranquil dark. Within this quiet, even the most energetic events are rendered peaceful by distance. A supernova, the death blast of a massive star, releases as much energy in a few months as our sun will over its entire 10 billion year life. Yet from a safe distance of many light years, it appears as a new, gentle point of light in the sky, perhaps visible for weeks before fading. To distant observers on other worlds, it is a celestial curiosity, not a cataclysm. The violence is localized, and the universe absorbs it into its quiet fabric, turning the enriched debris into future stars and planets. The most ferocious events are, in the grand scheme, localized whispers. Their energy dissipates, their light redshifts, and they become part of the background hum. This is a lesson in perspective. What seems overwhelmingly intense up close becomes a soft, distant glow when given enough space. Your own worries, seen from the vantage point of deep time and vast space, are like that supernova, potent in your immediate experience, but destined to fade into the gentle background of your life's larger story. Now consider the quiet stability of stellar orbits within galaxies. Stars do not whirl dizzily like bees. They follow serene, predictable paths called Keplerian orbits, governed by the simple, elegant mathematics of gravity. In the outer reaches of a galaxy, stars move slowly, their orbital periods stretching to hundreds of millions of years. Their speed is constant, their path an ellipse so nearly circular it is a gentle, endless loop. There is no traffic, no collisions, no negotiations of right-of-way. Each star moves in its own lane, a lane defined by the summed gravity of all the other stars, creating a smooth, collective flow. It is a dance of supreme order, where every dancer knows their steps for the next billion years. This gravitational harmony is what prevents chaos. The galaxy is a self-regulating, peaceful system. Even when galaxies merge, it is a slow, graceful intertwining, a pas de deux lasting a billion years, where stars, because of the immense distances between them, simply weave through each other's spaces like two clouds of smoke merging. The dance is slow, stately, and ultimately unifying. It is a model of conflict resolution on a cosmic scale, a gentle, patient integration that results in a new, stable whole. Zoom in further to the quiet of a planetary system. Our own solar system is a masterpiece of gravitational clearance. Over billions of years, the planets have settled into orbits that are, for all practical purposes, stable forever. Their resonances protect them. Jupiter's gravity shepherds asteroids, clearing the inner system and protecting Earth from excessive bombardment. The solar system has achieved a state of dynamic equilibrium. It is a quiet neighborhood. The planets are not on random paths. They are on tracks laid down by the early solar nebula and refined by eons of gentle interactions. To be on a planet in such a system is to be on a safe, predictable ride around a reliable star. There is a deep, subconscious comfort in this predictability. It is the foundation upon which life could plan, could evolve, could rest. The cycles of day and night, of seasons, of years, are all gifts of this orbital stability. Your body's circadian rhythms are an internalization of this cosmic clockwork. As you prepare for sleep, you are honoring one of the most fundamental cycles generated by this peaceful, orderly system. Let us contemplate the light of the stars not just as energy, but as information. Each photon is a tiny packet of data. When we analyze starlight, we are engaging in a form of quiet, long-distance communication. The star is the transmitter, space is the medium, and our telescope is the receiver. The message has been traveling for years, centuries, millennia. It is a one-way conversation, a monologue of physics. We listen, but we do not reply, or if we do, the reply will take just as long to reach its destination. This communication is free of the friction of real-time dialogue. There is no interruption, no debate, no need for instant response. It is contemplative communication. It requires patience, interpretation, and humble listening. In an age of instant messaging and noise, the communication of starlight is a model of serene, deliberate exchange. It teaches us that some of the most important messages are not shouted in real time, but whispered across the ages, waiting for a patient listener to understand them. And what do the stars whisper about? They whisper about their nature. A star's spectrum is its confession. The dark absorption lines tell of the elements in its outer atmosphere. The width of the lines hints at its surface gravity and density. The overall color declares its temperature. From this gentle, coded message, we can deduce the star's mass, its size, its age, and its eventual fate. All of this from a faint trickle of photons collected over hours on a cold, silent mountaintop. It is a quiet miracle of science. We have learned to understand the language of starlight, and the language is one of calm physical fact. There is no hyperbole in a spectrum, no opinion, just the serene, objective truth of atomic physics played out on a grand scale. Falling asleep to this thought is like falling asleep to the sound of a truthful, gentle voice, recounting facts without drama or spin. It is the universe telling its story with quiet honesty. Now, imagine the experience of floating in space, away from any spacecraft, in the quiet void between worlds. There would be no sound, for sound requires a medium. There would only be the silent, overwhelming panorama of stars in every direction, a perfect, immersive planetarium with no ceiling, no floor, just the gentle, three-dimensional scatter of lights. The sun would be a blinding, silent disk, but the stars would not twinkle. They would be steady, piercing points in the absolute black. The silence would be total, a physical presence. It is the silence of the interstellar medium, a silence so deep it is almost a sound in itself. In that silence, your own heartbeat would become a profound rhythm, your own breath a wind in a tiny personal atmosphere. It would be an experience of ultimate solitude and ultimate connection simultaneously. While it is an experience few will ever have physically, you can approach it in your mind as you drift off. Imagine the gentle, silent float, the utter peace of no pressure, no weight, no noise, just you and the silent, watching stars. It is a visualization of perfect mental and sensory rest. Within our own atmosphere, we have approximations of this cosmic quiet. The deep deserts on a cloudless night, the high mountains above the tree line, the frozen polar expanses, these places offer a taste of the stellar silence. The air is thin, human noise is absent, and the sky seems closer, sharper, more profound. In these places, people often report a feeling of deep peace, of being put in their place in a good way. This is the peace of the cosmic perspective, accessible right here on Earth. You do not need to go to space to feel it. You simply need to remember it, to bring the image of that deep, star-filled quiet into your mind as you lie in your own quiet room. The ceiling becomes the dome of the sky. The walls dissolve into the infinite. You are already there. Consider also the stars that are no longer there. Some of the stars we see in the night sky may have already died, gone supernova, or faded in the time it has taken their light to reach us. We see
Their ghosts, their afterimage, a luminous echo of an existence that has already ended. This is not sad. It is beautifully poignant. It means the sky is a museum of living ghosts. We are seeing the past, honorably preserved in light. The star's final act, its death, has not yet reached us. For us, it still shines. In a way, light confers a kind of immortality. As long as its photons are traveling, the star, in a sense, still exists. Your own actions, your own light, the kindness you've shown, the love you've shared, also send out ripples that travel long after the moment has passed. You too have a kind of light travel time. Your influence is your starlight, reaching people long after the initial event. This thought can bring peace at the end of a day. The day is over, but its light is still traveling. You can let it go, knowing its effects will continue their gentle journey. As we near the deepest stages of relaxation, let us think of the most relaxing star of all, our sun, as seen from the gentle grip of Earth's gravity filtered through our atmosphere. The sunrise is not an instant switch, but a slow, gentle gradient of color, from deep indigo to purple to rose to gold. It is a silent, majestic process that has occurred every single day for over 4 billion years. It is the universe's most reliable, gentle alarm clock, but one that never rings, only paints. The sunset is its peaceful counterpart, a letting go of the light, a slow deepening of hues, a transition back into the quiet of night. These daily transitions are bookends of serenity. They are reminders that beginnings and endings need not be abrupt. They can be slow, beautiful, and seamless. As you lie between wakefulness and sleep, you are in your own personal sunset. The light of consciousness is slowly deepening in hue, softening, preparing to transition into the night of sleep. It is a natural, beautiful process. There is no need to force it. Just as you cannot hurry the sunset, you cannot hurry sleep. You can only allow it, watching the internal colors change until only the soft, dark velvety of rest remains. Your body knows this rhythm. It is governed by a circadian clock tuned to that very sunrise and sunset. The hormone melatonin begins to rise as darkness falls, a gentle chemical expression of the stars' retreat. It is your internal astronomy, your personal biology, honoring the cosmic cycle. By resting now, you are aligning with this ancient stellar rhythm. You are allowing the chemistry of starlight, or rather, the chemistry triggered by its absence, to guide you into rest. You are a biological creature responding to a celestial cue. There is a deep rightness in this. You are not fighting nature. You are flowing with a tide that is as old as life on this planet, a tide pulled by the gentle gravity of a star. So now, let us gather all these threads, the quiet emptiness, the distant supernovae, the stable orbits, the whispered light, the silent float, the ghost stars, the gradual sunset, and weave them into a single, soft blanket of understanding. You are a being of order, living in an ordered universe. You are a being of cycles, living in a cyclical cosmos. You are a being of connection, made from stars and living under their gentle gaze. Your rest is not an escape from this reality, but a deeper immersion into its most fundamental state, the state of peaceful, sustained existence. There is no more to think, no more concepts to grasp. The facts have done their work. They have stretched your mind across the vastness, and now that vastness can hold you. Feel yourself held by the bed, held by gravity, held by the atmosphere, held by the solar system, held by the galaxy, held by the universe, a universe that is mostly quiet, gentle, expanding space. In this holding, there is no demand, only support. Allow your breath to become as slow as the orbit of a distant Kuiper Gelt object. Allow your heart to beat with the steady rhythm of a main sequence star. Allow your thoughts to drift apart like galaxies in the expanding universe, becoming fainter and more distant with each exhale. We have come to the end of our narrative. Dream State Discoveries thanks you for spending this time in the company of stars. If you wish to return to this place of expansive calm, we are here. A subscription is a simple way to leave a light on for yourself for future journeys. But now, the journey is complete. The guide's voice is growing softer, soon to be just a memory of a tone, a rhythm that fades into your own breathing. Turn your attention inward to the dark behind your eyes. That dark is not empty. It is full of potential. It is the quiet from which dreams will soon form, just as stars form from dark molecular clouds. Let go of listening. Let go of the voice. Let go of the stars themselves. Everything you need is already within you. The peace of the cosmos is your peace. Now, sink into it, deeper than any orbit, deeper than any ocean of space, into the core of your own being, which is as quiet, as ancient, and as full of potential as the universe.
Let us now consider the stars, not as distant suns, but as gentle anchors in the river of human consciousness. For as long as we have been human, we have looked up and seen the same patterns, the same slow drift. The stories we told about them, myths of heroes, animals, and gods, were not mere fantasies, but attempts to map our own inner lives onto that serene, constant backdrop. This act of constellation making is one of humanity's first and most profound meditations. It required patience, stillness, and a sustained gaze. Our ancestors would sit through the long, cool nights, watching as the Great Bear dipped toward the horizon, as Orion strode across the zenith, as the Pleiades cluster rose like a handful of scattered diamonds. They noted the rhythms, the seasons tied to stellar movements. This practice was not frantic, it was deeply peaceful. It connected the human heartbeat to the celestial clock. To fall asleep under the stars, as people did for millennia, was to be gently hypnotized by that slow procession, to feel the smallness of one's own worries against the vast, regular march of the heavens. Even now, when we step outside and recognize a constellation, we are participating in that ancient, quiet ritual. We are touching a thread of peaceful awareness that connects us to every human who ever was, all who looked up and felt the same soft wonder. And within those constellations, the fixed stars provided a backdrop of constancy against which the wandering stars, the planets, made their slower, more intricate dances. The planets were the quiet mysteries, moving at their own deliberate paces against the static tapestry. Tracking them required even deeper patience, noting their retrograde loops over months and years. This was the birth of a serene observational science. There was no rush to conclusion, only the careful recording of position, night after night, lifetime after lifetime. The peace in this practice came from the acceptance of a timescale larger than a human life. An astronomer might spend a lifetime gathering data, knowing the pattern would only be clear to his grandchildren's grandchildren. This is a humility that brings deep peace. It is the understanding that you are part of a chain, a contributor to a slow unveiling of truth. Your own efforts are a single stitch in a vast, beautiful tapestry being woven over centuries. As you rest, you can release the need for immediate resolution. Your life, too, is a data point in a larger story. There is comfort in being a part of something that unfolds with such majestic slowness. Now, let us think about the light of the stars as it interacts with our world in the gentlest of ways. Airglow. On a very dark, clear night, away from city lights, the sky itself is not perfectly black. It has a faint, ethereal glow. This is not light pollution, but a natural luminescence caused by atoms and molecules in the upper atmosphere, excited by solar ultraviolet radiation during the day, slowly releasing that energy at night. It is a soft, self-illumination of our planet's own blanket. It is a whisper of light, often greenish or reddish, so faint it is only visible when all other lights are absent. It means that even on the darkest night, the sky is never truly absent of light. There is always this gentle atmospheric sigh. It is the earth whispering back to the stars, a faint, peaceful echo of the daytime sun's energy. To know this is to feel that darkness is never absolute. Even in the deepest quiet, there is a subtle, inherent glow. In your own moments of emotional or mental darkness, remember the air glow, the subtle, inherent light of your own being that never fully goes out, the quiet processes of life and repair that continue even in the stillest hours. Consider also the zodiacal light. In the evening after twilight or in the morning before dawn, a faint tapered glow can sometimes be seen rising from the horizon along the ecliptic, the path of the sun and planets. This is sunlight reflecting off countless tiny dust particles that fill the inner solar system, a disk of cosmic dust that traces the plane of our planetary system. It is a soft, pyramid-shaped glow, often called the false dawn. It is our own solar system's gentle fingerprint in the night sky, a reminder that we live within a family of worlds and debris, all peacefully orbiting together. To see it is to have a visual proof of our place in a system, a quiet collective existence. It is a bridge between the intimacy of our sun and the depth of the distant stars. It is a soft, luminous road in the sky, a path of gentle dust. Then there is the Gegenschein, the counterglow, a faint oval patch of light visible at the midnight point in the sky, directly opposite the sun. It is another manifestation of this interplanetary dust, backscattering sunlight. It is even fainter than the zodiacal light, a ghostly smudge, only detectable under the most pristine, moonless skies. It is the sky's most subtle secret, a gentle highlight in the profound dark. These phenomena, air glow, zodiacal light, Gegenschein, are the night sky's soft furnishings. They are not the brilliant points of stars, but the diffuse, quiet upholstery of space itself. They teach us that beauty often lies not in the brilliant points, but in the gentle gradients, the almost imperceptible glows that require our deepest quiet and patience to perceive. Falling asleep is like turning your perception inward to see these subtle glows within yourself, the quiet feelings, the soft memories, the gentle sense of being that exists beneath the bright points of daily thought. Let us ponder the life of a photon one more time from a different angle. That photon, born in the core of a star, finally escapes and begins its journey across interstellar space. For most of that journey, it encounters nothing, absolute nothing. It travels in a perfect straight line, or as straight as space-time curvature allows, through the silent vacuum. It does not decay, it does not age, it simply is, a packet of pure energy in transit. Its existence during those millennia of travel is one of pure, eventless potential. It is not doing anything, it is being a photon. This too is a form of cosmic peace. We often feel we must be constantly doing, achieving, interacting. The photon's journey reminds us that simply being, traveling along one's path, is enough. It has a purpose to eventually be absorbed by something, perhaps a dust grain, perhaps a telescope mirror, perhaps a leaf, perhaps your eye. But for the vast majority of its existence, it is in a state of serene, purposeful transit. You too are in transit. Your life is a journey, and it is okay for large parts of that journey to feel quiet, eventless, simply being. Sleep is a part of that transit, a necessary, quiet leg of the journey where you are not doing, but deeply being. Now imagine the universe from the perspective of pure space, the void itself. If void could have a consciousness, what would it feel? It would feel expansive, serene, and hospitable. It would not be lonely, for loneliness requires a desire for company. The void simply is. It offers no resistance. It imposes no shape. It allows matter and energy to move through it, to curve it, to punctuate it, but it remains, fundamentally, empty and peaceful. It is the ultimate non-judgmental presence. The stars are events within it, like brief, beautiful dreams in a long, quiet night. To align your mind with the concept of the void is to practice a profound form of acceptance. It is to become the space in which your thoughts and feelings arise, not identifying with them, but allowing them to pass through, like stars moving through the black. As you fall asleep, you can practice this. Let your thoughts be stars, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, but you are the vast, dark, peaceful space that holds them. They can twinkle and move. You remain quiet and unmoved. Consider the gravitational dance of three bodies, a star, a planet, and a moon. While the three-body problem is famously chaotic in the long term, many configurations in our universe are stable for billions of years. The Earth, Moon, Sun system is one. The gentle, repetitive cycles of phases and eclipses are the result of this stable, long-term relationship. It is a gravitational conversation between three partners, a conversation that has been going on so long that it has become a silent,
Predictable rhythm. There is a peace in such long-standing relationships, whether they are celestial or personal. They have passed through the initial chaotic adjustments and settled into a stable, resonant pattern. They know each other's pulls and tugs, and they have found a harmony. Your own life contains such stable patterns. Your daily routines, your relationships, the beating of your heart. Sleep is the deepest of these stable patterns, a daily gravitational embrace with darkness that restores your orbit. Let us think about the very old stars, the population 2 stars in the galactic halo. They are metal poor, meaning they formed from almost pure hydrogen and helium before many supernovae had enriched the galaxy with heavier elements. They are ancient, quiet witnesses. They have seen the galaxy form. They have seen smaller galaxies merge with ours. They have seen the chaotic early days settle into the serene spiral we now inhabit. Their light is a direct link to the primitive universe. To observe such a star is to look back to a simpler time, a time before planets like Earth, before elements like iron and calcium were common. There is a serene purity in their composition. They are the cosmic equivalent of ancient monks, living on very little, persisting in quiet contemplation for eons. Their very existence is a lesson in simplicity and longevity. You don't need complex elements to shine for billions of years. Sometimes the simplest composition leads to the most enduring peace. And what of the future of stargazing? In billions of years, as the Milky Way and Andromeda galaxies merge, the night sky from a future Earth, if it still exists, will be transformed. It will become a canvas of incredible richness. New stars will be born in the gravitational interaction, lighting up the gas clouds. The familiar constellations will be utterly scrambled, pulled apart by new gravitational tides. But the process will be so slow that to any hypothetical future beings, the change will be imperceptible over thousands of generations. The sky will simply be a different but equally serene tapestry. It is a reminder that even the most fundamental backdrops of our lives are not permanent. They change, but they change with such slowness that the change itself is a form of stability. The peace we find in the stars is not in their immutability, but in the graceful, inevitable slowness of their mutation. Now, bring your awareness to the present, to your body in the bed.
The journey we have taken together across these scripts has been long, covering the birth, life, death, and echoes of stars. We have thought about space, time, light, dust, and silence. The purpose has not been to fill your mind, but to empty it, to stretch it so wide with vast, gentle concepts that the small, sharp concerns of the day simply fall through the gaps, leaving behind a spacious, quiet awareness. This spacious awareness is your natural state. It is the mind's version of the interstellar void, peaceful, receptive, and fundamentally untouched by the phenomena that pass through it. Sleep is the daily return to this natural state. So now we begin the final gentle descent. Let us use the stars themselves as a ladder down, a ladder of diminishing brightness. Picture the brilliant blue-white stars like Sirius. See their intense, sharp light in your mind's eye, and then let it soften, diffuse, become a gentle blue-white glow. Picture the yellow stars like our sun. See its warm, steady light, and let it become a soft, buttery haze without edges. Picture the orange stars like Arcturus. See its cozy autumnal light, and let it melt into a warm aura. Picture the red stars like Betelgeuse or a distant red dwarf. See their deep ruby ember glow, and let it darken to a faint, smoldering pinpoint. Now, picture the spaces between them, the black velvet. Let that blackness grow, spreading from between the stars, swallowing their softened glows. Let the blackness become the dominant experience. The blackness is not nothing. It is space. It is the vacuum. It is the quiet. It is peace. Feel yourself becoming that blackness, expansive, silent, undemanding, holding the potential for light, but currently resting in the pure simplicity of dark. Your breath is now just a slight tide in this vastness. Your heartbeat is a distant, slow pulsar ticking quietly in the chest of the universe. Your body is a planet, cool and solid, resting in the gentle field of gravity. There is no more narrative, no more facts, only the quiet aftermath of wonder. Dream State Discoveries has been your companion on this voyage to the edge of sleep and the frontiers of the cosmos. If this space of quiet has become a refuge, we invite you to return. Subscribing is like leaving a marker in this peaceful territory, a way to find your way back easily. But now, the invitation is over. The guide is silent. The ship of words has brought you to the shore of sleep. Step off now onto the soft, dark sand of unconsciousness. The waves of sleep are gentle, rhythmic, and warm. They will carry you out into the deep, where dreams form like nebulae and thoughts dissolve like cosmic dust. You are safe. You are home. You are the universe, resting. Let go of the last thread of connection to waking. Allow the silent, star-filled dark within to merge with the silent, star-filled dark without. Good night.
Now, let us consider the profound quiet that exists even within the most seemingly active stellar environments. Take, for instance, the heart of a star cluster. While we imagine it as a crowded, bustling place, the reality is governed by serene distances. Even in the dense core of a globular cluster, where stars are packed 1,000 times more tightly than in our solar neighborhood, the average distance between stars is still about a light year, a vast gulf by human standards. They are like distant ships in a calm, dark sea, each shining its own light, but never touching, never speaking. Their gravitational influence on each other is gentle, a slow and patient tug that changes orbits over millions of years. Close encounters are rare, and actual collisions are nearly unheard of in the lifetime of the universe. So, even in the most populous stellar cities, there is immense personal space, a respectful, quiet distance maintained between each luminous citizen. This is a cosmic lesson in coexistence. Proximity does not require noise or collision. It is possible to exist in a community while maintaining a peaceful gravitational respect for the space and path of others. As you feel the presence of others in your life, family in the next room, neighbors nearby, the hum of a distant city, you can imagine them as these stars, sharing your space, yet separated by respectful voids of silence, each on their own serene, predetermined course. Consider also the concept of solar constant, not as a dry measurement, but as a lullaby of stability. The sun's output varies by such a tiny fraction that its light is a near-perfect stream of constancy. This unwavering flow is what allows for the gentle, slow processes on Earth. It allows a tree to add one growth ring per year for thousands of years. It allows a coral reef to build its limestone architecture over centuries. It allows the climate system to find its slow, rhythmic oscillations. If the sun flickered like a faulty bulb, life would be a frantic struggle. But it does not. It is a model of reliable, gentle provision. In your own life, you have such constants: your breath, the beating of your heart, the turn of the earth. Sleep is one of these constants, a nightly, reliable retreat. You can trust it as the earth trusts the sun. You do not need to fear that sleep will not come, just as the seedling does not fear the sun will not rise. It is a natural, dependable part of the cycle. By relaxing into this trust, you allow sleep to come as surely as dawn follows the deepest night. Let us drift to the edges of our solar system, to the heliopause, where the sun's gentle wind meets the interstellar medium. This boundary is not a sharp wall, but a soft, merging region, a bow shock where two quiet breezes mingle. The Voyager probes passing through this boundary reported no dramatic bump, no sonic boom, only a change in the density and direction of particles. It was a transition as subtle as moving from a room with a faint scent into a room with a different, equally faint scent. The frontier of our star's influence is a place of serene blending. This is often the way of transitions in nature, not abrupt walls, but gentle gradations. The transition from wakefulness to sleep is like this. It is not a switch being flipped, but a slow, soft crossing of a boundary where the solar wind of your conscious thought gradually stills and you merge with the deeper interstellar quiet of the unconscious mind. There is no precise moment you fall asleep. You drift across the heliopause of consciousness, and only in retrospect do you know you have crossed. Now, contemplate the longest-term stellar process of all, stellar nucleosynthesis, the slow cooking of elements. In the core of a star like our Sun, hydrogen fuses to helium. Later, in its red giant phase, helium will fuse to carbon and oxygen. This is not a fast process. It takes billions of years for a star to convert a significant portion of its fuel. It is a slow alchemy, a patient transformation of one element into another under immense pressure and heat.
This alchemy is the reason for our existence. The carbon that forms the backbone of every molecule in your body was forged in such a quiet, stellar oven. Think of the patience of that process. An atom of hydrogen waits in a cloud for millions of years. It is drawn into a star where it spends billions of years in the core, participating in fusion, becoming helium, then perhaps carbon. Then it is expelled in a planetary nebula to drift for eons before being incorporated into a planet and eventually into you. The story of a single carbon atom is an epic of unimaginable patience. Your body is composed of trillions of such patient stories. This means that within you is a physical record of deep cosmic patience. You are built from it. When you feel impatient, remember the atoms you were made of. They have waited through cosmic ages to be here. They know how to be still. You can channel that innate atomic patience as you wait for sleep to come. There is no hurry. Your atoms are in no hurry. They have already waited forever. Turn your mind to the quiet majesty of elliptical galaxies. Unlike the dramatic star-forming spiral arms of galaxies like our own, elliptical galaxies are vast, golden-hued swarms of old red stars. They are the retirement communities of the cosmos. Their shape is smooth, featureless, like a cloud of fireflies. There is little gas left to form new stars, so there are no brilliant blue newborns, no glowing pink nebulae, just the soft collective glow of ancient suns, orbiting in random directions, creating a serene, three-dimensional hive of gentle light. These galaxies have settled. Their turbulent youth is behind them. They have achieved a state of quiet, dynamic equilibrium. They will slowly, slowly fade over trillions of years as their stars burn out. They represent the universe in a state of mature, peaceful repose. To contemplate an elliptical galaxy is to see the future of all galactic structures, a future of quiet, golden light and slow, inevitable dimming. It is a vision of cosmic old age, not as decay, but as a serene and beautiful gathering of ancient lights, sharing their warmth in a collective, gentle glow. And within all galaxies, there is the quiet, unseen hand of magnetic fields. Galactic magnetic fields are incredibly weak, billions of times weaker than a common refrigerator magnet, but they are vast, spanning tens of thousands of light years. They are thought to be generated by the slow churning motions of plasma within the galaxy. These fields gently influence the paths of cosmic rays, and they may help shape the faintest structures in interstellar gas. They are the universe's most delicate silken threads, invisible and almost weightless in their effect, yet present everywhere. They remind us that influence does not have to be forceful to be pervasive. A gentle, persistent presence can shape things over time. The pull towards sleep is like that, a gentle, pervasive magnetic field of fatigue, slowly aligning your thoughts and senses toward the pole of rest, guiding the charged particles of your awareness into a peaceful pattern of surrender. Let us think about the silence of space again, but in terms of communication. The SETI program, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, is an exercise in profound quiet and patience. It points giant radio telescopes at stars and listens. It does not broadcast much, it primarily listens. And it listens for a very specific kind of signal, one that is ordered, patterned, and artificial. But the result so far is a deep, profound silence. This is not a lonely silence, it is a peaceful one. It means the galaxy is not a noisy marketplace. It is perhaps a library or a forest where beings might be quietly living their lives, not shouting into the dark. This great silence can be a comfort, The universe is not a noisy, crowded party. It is a place where civilizations, if they exist, might choose contemplation over constant communication, where the value is placed on listening, on observing, on being. Your own retreat into sleep is a personal SETI program turned inward. You are stopping the broadcast of your waking thoughts, and you are listening to the quiet signals from your own body, your own dreams, the deep universe of your subconscious. Now, imagine a star that is alone, a runaway star.
Flung from its birthplace cluster by a gravitational interaction, now speeding through the interstellar void, hundreds of light years from any companion. Its journey is one of profound solitude. It will live its entire life alone, its planets, if it has any, seeing only the unchanging pattern of distant stars, with no close stellar neighbor ever appearing. This is not a tragic fate. For the star, it is simply its path. It shines no less brightly. It follows the laws of physics no less faithfully. It is a lesson in self-sufficiency, in carrying one's own light through the dark. We all have moments where we feel like that runaway star, isolated on a solo journey. But remember, the star is still part of the galaxy. It is still held by the galaxy's gravity, still contributing its light to the whole. Its solitude is a peaceful, chosen path by the universe, not a punishment. Your own solitude, especially the solitary journey into sleep, can be embraced with this same peace. You are traveling into your own inner space, a solo journey, but you are still part of the greater whole, still shining even in the quiet dark. As we near the final moments of wakefulness, let us perform a gentle mental exercise. We will count down, not with numbers, but with celestial bodies, each one softer and more distant than the last. Picture the sun, bright and warm. Acknowledge its power, and then let its image gently fade to a soft white afterimage on your mental eye. Picture Jupiter, a striped, swirling giant. See its storms as slow, serene whirlpools. Let it shrink, becoming a faint, creamy star. Picture Saturn with its glorious, silent rings. See the rings as a disk of countless tiny moonlets, a peaceful halo. Let it all dissolve into a tiny golden point. Picture a distant blue-tinted star like Vega. See its steady, cool light. Let that point of light become dimmer, softer, like a sapphire seen through fog. Picture a red giant, a vast, cool orb. See its surface as a gently churning crimson sea. Let it recede, becoming a faint, smoky ember. Picture a spiral galaxy edge on, a needle of light. See its billions of stars as a unified, soft glow. Let it turn, becoming a faint, ghostly smudge. Picture the cosmic microwave background, the uniform, warm glow of the infant universe. See it not as light, but as a feeling of gentle, all-encompassing warmth. Let that feeling diffuse throughout your body, a soft, thermal blanket. Finally, picture nothing, not blackness, but the pure conceptual void before the Big Bang, a state of no space, no time, only potential, a deep, peaceful nothing. You are now at the event horizon of sleep. The pull is gentle but irresistible. You have journeyed through the relaxing facts about stars, and they have done their work. They have stretched time,
expanded space, and simplified complexity into a single soothing truth. The universe is a place of deep, abiding peace, and you are a part of it. Your mind is now like a calm, dark lake, reflecting only the faintest, most distant stars. Your body is a planet in stable orbit, rotating into the shadow of rest. Your spirit is a wisp of cosmic dust, settling gently onto the quiet surface of the unknown. There is nothing left to do, no more instructions to follow. The script is complete. This is Dream State Discoveries, signing off for tonight. We are deeply grateful to have been a small part of your journey to rest. If you wish to hear our voice again on another night, guiding you through other peaceful wonders, your subscription would be a warm welcome. But that is a thought for another day. Now let the last syllable of the last word fade into silence. Let the silence itself be the only sound. And within that silence, find the deep, star-filled sleep that has been waiting for you since the dawn of time. Sleep well, and good night.
Let us contemplate the stars not as distant objects, but as gentle markers in the ocean of time, for they are the clocks by which the universe measures its own age. The very fact that we see stars at all tells a story of a cosmos old enough for them to have formed, lived, and died, seeding space with the elements for new generations. The oldest known stars, tiny, dim red dwarfs or ancient suns in globular clusters, are nearly 13 billion years old. They are silent witnesses to almost the entire history of the universe. To consider a star that has shone for that long is to humble our own sense of duration. That star has maintained its gentle fusion fire through epochs when the Milky Way was a chaotic, formless cloud, through the assembly of its spiral arms, through the birth and death of countless other stars. Its light has been streaming forth in an unbroken, patient river since before the Earth existed, and it will likely continue for trillions of years more. Its existence is a monument to stability, a testament that some things, forged in the early chaos, can find a balance so perfect it endures for nearly forever. As you seek balance and rest tonight, you can think of this ancient star. It did not achieve its longevity through struggle, but through a serene adherence to the laws of physics, a perfect surrender to the equilibrium between gravity and fusion. Your own balance comes from a similar surrender to the need for rest, to the pull of the pillow, to the gentle laws of your own biology that demand this periodic quiet. Consider also the quiet companionship of stars within their galaxies. They are not lonely, they are bound together by the soft, invisible web of gravity, a connection that requires no communication, no effort. Each star moves in its own path, yet that path is defined by the collective presence of all the others. This is a beautiful model of community, individuality within connection, personal paths within a shared field of influence. You are like that star. You move on your own unique path through life, yet your path is gently shaped by the gravity of those around you, family, friends, the collective culture of humanity. Even in solitude, you are not disconnected. You are held in a vast, gentle network of influences, seen and unseen. As you lie in bed, feel that network supporting you, the gravity of love, of memory, of shared humanity. It is a soft, silent web that cradles you just as surely as the galactic cradle holds its stars. There is no need to feel alone. You are in gravitational communion with everything. Now, let us think about the end of a star's light. When a star like our sun finally becomes a white dwarf and cools, its light doesn't vanish abruptly. It fades. Over billions of years, it dims from white to yellow to red, and finally to infrared and beyond our vision. It is a gradual goodbye, a slow dimming that takes longer than the star's entire previous luminous life. This final phase is the longest chapter of all. It is a story of gentle departure. There is no dramatic finale, just an increasingly soft glow that eventually blends into the background temperature of the universe. This is how many things end, not with a bang, but with a sigh so extended it becomes indistinguishable from silence. Endings in our own lives, the end of a day, the end of a project, the end of a feeling, can be like this. They don't need a sharp, clean cut. They can fade gently, allowing their light to slowly blend into the background of our experience, leaving behind a warm residue of peace. Letting go of the day as you fall asleep is this kind of fading. You don't need to shut off your thoughts. You can simply allow them to dim, to cool, to become quiet points of memory that slowly lose their luminosity against the dark screen of sleep. There is a peaceful symmetry in stellar life cycles that mirrors our own. A star is born from a cloud, enters a long period of stable productivity, and then enters a long, quiet decline. Our own lives have a similar arc, a gathering of self, a long period of activity and contribution, and then a gentle slowing. Sleep is a microcosm of this arc every 24 hours. Each day is a miniature lifetime, birth at waking, activity through the day, and then the gentle decline into sleep, which is a rehearsal for the final, peaceful letting go. By embracing sleep, you are not practicing death, but practicing the art of serene conclusion, the gentle completion of a cycle. Each night, you complete a small, perfect stellar lifetime of your own. This makes sleep not a void, but a necessary and beautiful phase of your own daily rhythm, as natural and noble as the main sequence of a star. Turn your attention to the most abundant star system configuration in the galaxy, single stars like our Sun. While binaries are common, solitary stars are plentiful. These stars shine for their own sake. They heat their planets, if they have them, and light up the void, not for an audience, but as a simple expression of their nature. A solitary star does not pine for a companion. It is complete in itself, a self-contained fusion reactor, pouring its light out in all directions, regardless of who or what is there to see it. This is a lesson in intrinsic worth. Your own light, your kindness, your creativity, your simple presence has value whether it is observed and reflected by another or not. You can shine for your own sake because it is your nature. As you rest, you are not performing, you are not producing, you are simply being. And in that being, you are like a solitary star, radiating the quiet warmth of your own existence into the private universe of your sheets and pillows. That is enough. Now, consider the incredible slowness of stellar motion, not in orbits, but in their proper motion across our line of sight. The fastest stars, like hypervelocity stars flung from the galactic center, move at a few thousand kilometers per second. That sounds fast, but across the cosmic distances, this motion is almost imperceptible. From our vantage point, the constellation shapes change at a pace that makes continental drift seem rapid. This glacial pace means the sky is a gift of constancy. We can learn the patterns, and they will serve us, our children, and our children's children for thousands of generations. The stars offer a stability that transcends human civilizations. This constancy is a deep source of peace. In a world of rapid change, the stars are a reminder that some frameworks are so large, so slow-moving, that they provide a permanent backdrop against which our fleeting dramas play out. Your life, with its ups and downs, is like a fast-moving weather pattern on the surface of a planet. The planet itself, your core being, your connection to the eternal, is like the star field, constant, serene, and quietly present beneath the weather. Sleep is when you retreat from the weather and rest upon the constant, solid ground of your own being. Let us ponder the quiet influence of starlight on the human psyche. For millennia before electric light, humans experienced true darkness and true starlight. This experience is encoded in us. The slow procession of the stars across the night sky acted as a natural sedative. The sheer scale of it encouraged a dropping away of personal concerns, a feeling of being part of something vast and beautiful. This is why stargazing is inherently relaxing. It forces a shift in perspective from the immediate to the infinite. It is a form of mindfulness that our ancestors practiced every clear night. You are engaging in that ancient practice right now through imagination and narrative. You are allowing the scale of the cosmos to put your day into perspective, to soften its edges, to remind you that you are a small but integral part of a wondrous whole. This psychological effect is not a trick, it is a homecoming. You are returning to a state of mind that is your birthright as a conscious being on a planet orbiting a star. As we draw this long and winding journey to its final close, let your awareness settle like dust in a quiet room. Each fact, each image, each concept we have explored is like a mote of dust catching a beam of moonlight for a moment before settling into a still, peaceful layer. There is no more need for new information, no more need for connections to be made. The work of wonder is done. Now only the feeling remains, a feeling of spaciousness, a feeling of being gently held in the palm of a universe that is overwhelmingly inclined toward quiet, order, and slow, beautiful cycles. Your body is heavy with this understanding. Your mind is soft with it. Your breath is slow tide in the bay of this cosmic peace. From Dream State Discoveries, we thank you for your trust, for allowing us to guide you through the relaxing facts about stars. Our hope is that this journey has not just helped you fall
Asleep tonight, but has planted a seed of cosmic peace that you can carry into your waking life. If you wish to nurture that seed with other journeys to the depths of the ocean, the heart of a forest, or the quiet of a desert, we are here. A subscription is a simple way to keep this channel of calm in your life. But for now, the channel is closing. The broadcast of words is ending. What remains is the silent signal of your own presence, your own breath, your own readiness for rest. Picture one last star, not a specific one, just the idea of a star, a single soft point of light in an immense warm darkness. Now let that point of light gently pulse, once, twice, with the rhythm of your own heartbeat. And on the third pulse, let it go out. Not extinguished, but absorbed into the dark. The dark is not empty, it is full. It is full of rest, full of potential, full of the peaceful absence of all effort. You are now that dark, expansive, quiet, complete. Allow the last whisper of thought to dissolve into this dark. Allow the last sensation of listening to fade. There is only the universe, and you as part of it, slipping seamlessly into the phase of being called sleep. You are safe. You are home. You are the cosmos dreaming itself. Let go. Sleep well and good night. Let us rest now in the profound quiet that follows understanding. For we have wandered through the life stories of stars, from their gentle birth in dark clouds to their serene fading into cool darkness. We have seen how their light is a patient traveler, how their gravity is a silent sculptor,
and how their very existence is a testament to the universe's preference for balance and slow change. Now let these concepts, not as ideas but as sensations, seep into the very fabric of your being. Feel the vast distances between stars as spaciousness within your own mind, creating room for peace. Feel the immense timelines as a slowing of your internal clock, a deceleration from the second-hand tick of daily worry to the geological pace of cosmic patience. You are no longer just thinking about the stars. You are beginning to feel like a star, a point of conscious light held in a gentle field, shining with quiet consistency and destined for a rest that is as natural as a white dwarf's cool glow. Imagine the galaxy not as a whirl of frantic activity, but a slow, serene vortex. Each star, a droplet of light, follows its path with such gradual purpose that from a distance the galaxy appears as a static, frozen swirl, a snapshot of a dance that takes 250 million years to complete a single turn. This is the true speed of the cosmos, majestic, unhurried, deliberate. Your own thoughts, when you release them from their daytime urgency, can settle into this slower rhythm. The concerns that felt like buzzing insects become distant, slow-moving comets, their orbits so wide they barely seem to move at all. This is the gift of the cosmic perspective. It doesn't erase your cares. It simply places them in a field so vast that they find their proper, small, and manageable scale. Consider the temperature of space itself. In the shade, away from any star, the temperature of the interstellar medium is only a few degrees above absolute zero. This is not a biting cold, but a deep, still chill, the temperature of perfect rest, where all molecular motion slows to a near standstill. It is the universe's baseline, its deepest state of calm. As you wrap yourself in blankets, you are creating a warm oasis against a symbolic version of this chill. But the chill itself is not hostile. It is a peaceful, constant background against which the warm points of stars and living worlds glow all the more welcomingly. Your sleep is like that warm point. Your consciousness, your life, is a localized region of warmth and activity in the vast, cool stillness of the universe. And that is beautiful. You are a temporary, gentle contradiction to the cold, a testament to the fact that stars shone, planets formed, and life arose. For now, your warmth is turning inward, banking its fires for the night, resting in the knowledge that the cool stillness outside is not an enemy, but the canvas upon which your existence is beautifully painted. Now let us contemplate the most peaceful fact of all. The universe, for all its stellar furnaces and galactic collisions, is evolving toward a state of ultimate quiet. The second law of thermodynamics gently insists that everything moves toward equilibrium, toward an even distribution of energy. The stars are temporary pockets of concentrated energy, slowly dispersing their heat into the cold void. This is not a tragedy. It is the universe's long, slow exhalation. It is a winding down that will take trillions upon trillions of years. There is no frantic struggle against this. It is the natural, graceful conclusion of all activity. Your own daily life is a small, local reversal of this trend. You gather energy, you create order, you burn brightly. But each night you honor the greater cosmic trend by winding down, by dispersing the accumulated energy of the day into the quiet of sleep, moving toward your own personal, temporary equilibrium.
In this way, your sleep is in harmony with the ultimate fate of the cosmos. You are not fighting the universe when you rest. You are aligning with its deepest, most peaceful inclination. Let your breathing mirror this exhalation. With each out-breath, imagine you are releasing a little more of the day's concentrated energy, letting it diffuse into the cool, quiet room, contributing to a gentle equilibrium. With each in-breath, you are not grasping, but simply allowing the quiet air to fill you, a neutral, peaceful medium. Think of the planets that sleep, not metaphorically, but in terms of their axial tilt. A planet like Uranus rolls on its side, so that for a quarter of its long year, one pole is in constant sunlight and the other in constant darkness. The dark pole experiences a night that lasts for 21 Earth years. Imagine the profound, frozen quiet of such a long night. No dawn for decades, just the steady, unchanging gaze of the stars. It is a planetary scale sleep, a deep hibernation for an entire hemisphere. While this is extreme, it reminds us that rest can have many scales and forms. Your nightly sleep is a tiny, gentle version of this, a regular, necessary turning away from the light to experience the restorative, creative dark. There is no hurry for the dawn. It will come in its own perfect time. For now, the dark hemisphere is at peace. We have, over these many words, used the stars as a bridge from the busy, close-up world of your day to the expansive, timeless world of cosmic rest. That bridge is now behind you. You have crossed. You stand now in the realm of sleep, though your waking mind lingers at the threshold. The last task is to step fully across, to let go of the guide's hand. So let us do a final, gentle release. We will use the very elements forged in stars as our stepping stones into the deep. Imagine the element hydrogen, light, simple, the fuel of stars. Feel its simplicity in your mind. Let it represent all complexity unwinding. Now, helium, the first ash, the product of that gentle fusion. Feel a sense of quiet accomplishment, of a first step completed. Carbon, the element of life, forged in red giants. Feel your connection to all living things, a warm, organic connection. Oxygen, the breath of planets, also forged in stars. Feel it as your own breath, slowing, becoming automatic. Iron, the element that marks the end of a star's future,
Forged in its final days. Feel it as a sense of solidity, of finality, of a journey completed. And finally, imagine a speck of silicon dust, the stuff of rocks, of planets, of quiet, solid worlds. Feel yourself as this speck, solid, grounded, at rest on a quiet world, under a quiet sky. You are made of these things. You are stardust that has settled. For tonight, the long journey of those atoms has paused. They are at rest within you, and you, the consciousness they host, can rest with them. There is no more narrative to follow, no more concepts to grasp. The facts have blossomed into a feeling, and the feeling is now dissolving into the pure, wordless state of pre-sleep. This is the final message from Dream State Discoveries for this journey.
we have spoken of the relaxing facts about stars to fall asleep to, and we trust they have served their purpose. If this peaceful space has become a haven, we invite you to visit again. Subscribing is a simple way to mark the path for your return. But now the path ends. The voice must fall silent. The last sound is the sound of your own breath. The last sight is the dark behind your eyelids. The last feeling is the soft, heavy, peaceful weight of your body, completely supported. You are not falling asleep. You are being gathered by the same gentle forces that gather stars into galaxies and galaxies into the great silent web of the cosmos. You are being gathered into the constellation of sleep. Allow the gathering to be complete. Let the invisible threads of fatigue and peace pull you into your designated place in the quiet nighttime sky of slumber. You belong there. It is your place. Now, release the last thread of connection to these words. They have been a vessel, and you have reached the shore. Step out onto the soft, silent land of dreams. Sleep well, and good night.
Let us settle now into the silent understanding that everything we have spoken of, every fact about the birth, life, and quiet death of stars is not happening out there, separate from you. It is happening within the same universe that cradles you in this very moment. The space between your hand and the blanket is the same kind of space that lies between galaxies, governed by the same gentle, expansive properties. The time it takes for your eyelids to grow heavy is a tiny, fleeting moment in the same river of time that carries stellar lifetimes. You are not an observer on the outside looking in. You are embedded. You are of it. This embeddedness is the source of ultimate relaxation. There is no need to strive to connect with the cosmos, because you are never disconnected. You are a localized expression of its matter, its energy, and its fundamental tendency toward equilibrium. To rest is to honor this truth. To sleep is to practice it. Imagine the universe in its first moments, a hot, dense, uniform sea of energy. There were no stars, no galaxies, only a brilliant, featureless glow. That state was one of perfect, restless unity. Then, as it expanded and cooled, tiny quantum fluctuations, the gentlest of imperfections, were stretched to cosmic size. These became the seeds for all structure, the great walls and voids, the galaxies, and eventually the stars. Your own mind before sleep might feel like that early universe, a buzzing, uniform field of thoughts and impressions, a glowing fog of the day's residue. The act of falling asleep is like the cooling and expansion of that mental universe. The fluctuations, your lingering thoughts, will either dissipate into the growing quiet, or they will become the seeds for your dreams. But the overall process is one of cooling, quieting, moving from a state of dense, hot activity to a state of diffuse, peaceful potential. You are not fighting your thoughts.
You are allowing the natural expansion of your consciousness into the quieter, darker state where dreams can form, just as galaxies formed in the cooling dark of the early cosmos. Consider the gentle tug of tides, both celestial and personal. The moon's gravity pulls on Earth's oceans, creating the slow, rhythmic rise and fall of tides. This is a peaceful, persistent interaction across 250,000 miles of space. Similarly, the sun and even distant stars exert a minuscule gravitational pull on you right now. It is immeasurably small, but it is real. You are being gently tugged by the entire cosmos. These pulls are not disruptive. They are integrated into the stable system of your orbit and rotation. They are part of the complex, harmonious music of gravity that holds reality together. The pull you feel towards sleep is like that, a gentle, irresistible pull within your own biology, pulled by the internal moon of circadian rhythm and the sun of daily expenditure. There is no resisting the tide. It is easier and more peaceful to float upon it, to let it carry you into the deep waters of rest. Feel that gentle, irresistible pull now, not as a force, but as an invitation to float. Now let us think about the color of peace. In astronomy, red is the color of coolness, of age, of long, slow endurance. Red dwarfs, red giants, the red-shifted light of receding galaxies all speak of a slowing down. Blue is the color of hot, intense, but brief activity. The hottest stars blaze white and live fast. The universe, over its long lifetime, is shifting from blue to red. The peak of star formation is past. The universe, in a sense, is growing cooler, redder, and quieter. The dominant color of the cosmic future is a deep, dark red, fading to black. This is a peaceful transition. As you close your eyes, the bright, sharp colors of the day, the blues and whites of screens, the vivid hues of tasks and interactions soften into the dark reds and purples of closed eyelids, and then into the deep black of sleep. You are following the universal color gradient from the bright activity of day to the cool, red-dark rest of night. It is a natural progression, a visual sigh. There is also peace in the sheer normalcy of stars. Our sun is a remarkably average star, a G-type main-sequence dwarf, one of billions like it in the Milky Way. There is nothing special about it, and that is its gift. Its averageness means stability, predictability, a lack of drama. It is not given to violent flares or sudden dimmings. It is a reliable, middle-class star, providing steady light for its planetary family. There is profound peace in the average, the routine, the unremarkable. Your own life is filled with such averageness, the routine of breath, the steady beat of your heart, the familiar feel of your bed. These are not things to dismiss as boring. They are the foundation of stability, the main sequence of your existence. Sleep is the most routine, average, and necessary thing you do each day. It is gloriously unremarkable. And in that unremarkable routine lies deep, restorative peace. You do not need to be extraordinary to deserve rest. You simply need to be, as our sun simply is. Let us return to the concept of the vacuum, the near nothingness of space. This vacuum is not a true nothing. It is a sea of potential. According to quantum physics, pairs of virtual particles constantly flicker in and out of existence, borrowing energy from the vacuum itself before annihilating and returning it to the sea of quiet, the zero-point energy of space, a quiet, seething foam at the smallest scales. It is the universe's baseline hum, a testament that even nothing is gently alive with potential. Your mind in the moment before sleep can feel like this, not empty, but buzzing with a low-level, formless potential, thoughts that almost form but don't, images that flicker at the edge of awareness. This is not insomnia, it is the zero-point energy of your consciousness. You don't need to quiet it forcefully. You can simply observe it as the natural, quiet hum of a resting brain, the virtual thoughts annihilating as quickly as they appear, returning their energy to the pool of quiet from which dreams will eventually draw. This hum is not your enemy. It is the sound of your mind's vacuum, its fertile, quiet ground state. As we approach the final moments of wakefulness, let the voice become less a carrier of words and more a tonal presence, a gentle vibration in the dark, like the distant hum of a galaxy's rotation or the soft hiss of the cosmic microwave background. The words will now become simpler, the sentences shorter, the pauses longer. You are safe. You are held. You are part of everything. The stars are old. They are patient. They are quiet. You can be old in this moment. Patient. Quiet. Your body is a planet. Cooling, turning away from the sun. Your mind is a nebula, expanding, growing diffuse. Your awareness is a photon, its journey almost complete, ready to be absorbed by the gentle dark. This is Dream State Discoveries. We have reached the end of our script on the stars. Thank you for listening. Thank you for trusting. Thank you for resting. If you wish to hear us again, we are here, but that is for another night. Tonight, just rest. Let the final silence, the one after this sentence, be the doorway. Step through. Sleep well, and good night. Let us imagine, for a final moment, the ultimate peaceful star, a brown dwarf. It is a failed star, too small to ignite sustained hydrogen fusion. It forms like a star from a collapsing cloud, but its core never reaches the critical temperature. Instead, it glows faintly with a deep, ruddy heat, the residual warmth of its gravitational birth and the slow, substellar fusion of deuterium. It is an object that exists in a permanent state of quiet potential. It never blazes. It never goes supernova. It simply cools over billions of years, fading from a dull red ember to a warm infrared shadow, and finally to a cold dark orb drifting silently between the stars. It is the universe's most serene compromise, not a star, not a planet, but a gentle, warm peace. It asks for nothing, gives only a faint warmth, and accepts its place in the cosmic order with perfect equanimity. You can be like that brown dwarf tonight. You do not need to shine brilliantly. You do not need to produce or perform. You can simply exist in a state of warm, quiet potential, cooling gently into rest, your internal fires banked, content to simply be a peaceful presence in the dark. Consider the orbit of our entire solar system around the galactic center. It is not a flat, two-dimensional circle, but a gentle, undulating path. As we travel, the Sun and its family of planets bob slightly above and below the galactic plane, like a carousel horse on a slow vertical wave. This motion has a period of about 60 million years. We are currently north of the plane, moving upward. This means our position in the galaxy is not static. We are on a slow, rolling journey through different stellar environments. Yet we feel nothing. The ride is so smooth, so perfectly balanced in the free fall of our galactic orbit that we perceive only stillness. This is the nature of being embedded in a perfect motion. Your journey toward sleep is like this. You are moving, changing state, but the transition is so smooth, so natural, that it feels like stillness. You are not being flung into sleep. You are gently riding the wave of your own circadian rhythm, bobbing slowly from the plane of wakefulness into the deeper space of slumber. There is no turbulence, only a serene, gliding passage. Now let the science soften into pure poetry. Let the facts become feelings. The pressure of the star's core becomes the comforting weight of your blankets. The steady stream of photons becomes the slow rhythm of your breath. The vast, insulating vacuum becomes the safe quiet of your room. The gravitational embrace becomes the soft hold of your mattress. The slow spin of the galaxy becomes the gentle swirl of your thoughts, slowing, slowing. You are not a person trying to sleep. You are a stellar process naturally unfolding. Fusion winds down, the convective zone stills, the photosphere cools, the light softens, the star turns inward. This is not something you do, it is something you are, a living, breathing, resting piece of cosmic physics. We have spoken for so long about the stars. Now let us be silent with them. In the silence, feel their ancient companionship. They are not watching, they are simply being. And you, now, can simply be with them. In the being, there is no separation, only the unified, quiet existence of matter and energy resting in its various forms. This is the final gift of our journey together, the dissolution of the sense of separation between you and the serene cosmos you have contemplated. You are the quiet. You are the space. You are the slow, patient light traveling through the dark. There is nothing left to say that the universe is not already whispering in the language of atoms, gravity, and time. Dream State Discoveries has been but a translator. Now the original text is before you, written in your own slowing heartbeat and deepening breath. Read it with your being, not your mind. The story is simple. You are here. The universe is here. And for now, it is time to rest together. If this translation has been helpful, we are always here to offer another. A subscription allows you to find us again with ease. But the need for translation is over. Now, experience the original, wordless peace. Let the voice become a memory, Let the stars in your mind's eye become a uniform dark velvet. Let your body feel like it is made of that same dark velvet, soft and weightless. You are at the end of the script. The last page turns. The book closes. The story continues in the dreams you will soon have and in the silent stellar processes that will continue unabated through the night, as they have for billions of years and as they will for billions more. You are part of that continuity. That is the most relaxing fact of all. Now let the book fall from your hand. Let your awareness settle into the library of the night. Sleep well and good night.